A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the fourth International Symposium on Agents, Multi-Agent Systems and Robotics 2021, Isamsr 2021. Without further delay, let's welcome our first keynote speaker for day two, Associate Professor Dr. Rainer Alfred from University Malaysia Sabah.
Yes, very good morning. Thank you, Dr. Shamini, our MC for today. Let me share my screen. Okay, so today's talk, I will be talking about the time series analysis, modeling and forecasting fresh agro-food commodities consumption per capita in Malaysia using machine learning. So I know it is a bit off track of the theme for the symposium because the name of the symposium is it's on agent multi multi-agent system and robotics, but it has something to do with machine learning. So today I will share some of the knowledge or some of the project that we have done regarding the time series analysis. This is the overview of my presentation today. So I will look into the some of the technique that can be used for time series analysis, and after that we will look into how we can apply this technique in modeling and forecasting fresh agro-food commodities consumption per capita in Malaysia. So this is we apply the technique in the problem trying to forecast the consumption of agro-food commodities in Malaysia for the next 5 years. And we will share some of the results and insight that we have come up in the project. So let's take a look at the time series analysis. So a time series contains sequential data point mapped at a certain successive time duration. So what we want to know is at every point of the time we have different data. Let me change this. So if you look at this window here, so we will have the real data, which is in red, and then we will have the blue line, which is the predicted value. So in a time series analysis, we want to predict the value of what will happen in the next 5 years based on the history data that we have. So we could divide them into training and testing, and then we can look at the accuracy or the error rate that we have based on the data given previously. For the time series analysis, we have a few type. So the first one is univariate time series forecasting. This is the problem that contain only two variables, which is the time and also the field that you are trying to focus. So which means only one variable. Okay. We also have a multivariate time series forecasting method in which we have multiple variables. Okay. So beside time, we also have a few parameters that we need to look into. In the past, the statistical time series analysis like ARIMA models, they are very reliable when it comes to performing time series analysis. But recently, we have more machine learning technique. So today I will go over some of the technique that we can use in order to perform the time series analysis, such as the ordinary least square and also the deep neural network. Um, I won't be covering support vector regression due to the time limit. Okay. So let's take a look at the time series analysis using ordinal least square. Okay. Um, for the ordinary least square, we normally call the problem as a regression problem. So regression is concerned with specifying relationship between dependent and independent variables. Okay. So we have two type of variable. One is dependent and one is independent. So the dependent variable, the value is the value to be predicted, and the independent variable referring to the predictors. Okay, so we use the independent variable to predict the dependent variable. Um, this method can be used for forecasting numeric data and quantifying the size and the strength of a relationship between the outcome and the predictor. So, for example, if we have a single variable, so we have the y, which is the dependent variable, and also we have the independent variable, and we have the b, which is the slope, indicate how much the line rises for each increase in x, and we have this variable a, indicate the value of y when x 0. Okay. So for the simple linear regression problem, what we want to do is we want to find or define the relationship between the dependent variable and also the single independent predictor variable. So this is your um, dependent variable. So this is your independent. So what we want to do is we want to draw a line here that will minimize the differences between the actual value and the predicted value. Okay. So the formula that we are looking at here is y, which is the input, which is the temperature, and then this is the uh, values that we need to estimate, and this is our input, the independent predictor variable. So, for example, in this example, the line here, we when we draw this line, we have the alpha equal to 3.7, and then the beta is minus 0.048. So minus means they have reverse relationship, negative relationship. Okay, as the temperature increase, the distress event reduce. Okay, so the whole idea is we wanted to reduce the sum of square error. So this is the differences between the actual value and the predicted value. So we take the square because we want to make the number positive so that we can add up them together. Okay, so this is the summation of the differences between the actual value and the predicted value. In case if we have multiple regression in which we have more than one independent variable, so in this case we have one dependent variable and we have multiple independent variable. Okay, so in this case we will have to estimate more than one beta value. So we have beta 1, beta 2, and so on. So we also introduce this random error or term residual So an error term has been added as a reminder that the prediction are not perfect. So this is just to adjust lah. So how do we estimate this beta 1, beta 2, and so on? Okay. So first of all, we have to look at this variable. So the term alpha is really no different than any other regression parameter because this one also we have to estimate. So we will change them to beta 0. So we will have this. Okay. Since this is constant, um, so why not we introduce another x0 here, but the value will be always 1. Okay. So by modifying this parameter, we will have a more consistent representation here. Then we can form a matrix. Okay. So for example, like this is our input, and this is the output, and this is the variable or the vector that we want to estimate. Okay. So since this one we have a constant, the value for x0 is always 1. So this one depends on the input. Okay. So the y here is actually equal to the metric x. This is your matrix, and times the vector beta. Okay. And this is your error. So this is the general formula for multi-regression in which we have input x as the matrix and a vector b, beta. Okay. So our task is to estimate this beta because we have the input, we have the output, and this one will be completed later. So how do we estimate this beta? So we can do that one by using the matrix algebra. So the best estimate of the vector b here can be computed as we take the transpose of x because we have x already. So we transpose them times the x, and then we take the inverse of this product, and then we times again the transpose of x and multiply by x. So we have all the values for the input and for the output, so we can easily estimate the beta vector. Okay, um, that is uh, a basic introduction to OLS. So let's take a look at the next one, a time series analysis using deep neural network. So I just go over this one briefly. So the discipline of artificial neural network arose from the thought of trying to mimicking the functioning of the same human brain. So ANN was introduced long time ago when there was a project trying to mimic human intelligence. However, AI cannot imitate human intelligence completely. Um, Computers can only be programmed to do some aspect of human brain. So in this diagram, we have providing that we have all the input, and we also have all the hidden layer, and this is the output. This is like um, getting some input and then trying to determine or trying to classify or trying to forecast something based on the input given here. Okay. So machine learning is a branch of AI. So the machine learning is under the umbrella of AI, and deep learning is one of the technique that we use in order to do classification or forecasting for the time series data. Okay, so there is another term called deep learning. So basically, deep learning is just the A and N. Deep learning is a complex set of neural network with more layer. So we have more hidden layer here. And for each hidden layer, we have a few number of neurons, typically used for complex tasks like time series analysis, image recognition, classification, handwriting identification. So if you can see this one, so artificial neural network can be used to perform the time series and also the classification of images. So for the artificial neural network, they define the neuron as CPU, which perform a mathematical operation to generate one output from a set of input. So for example, for this one, they produce one output from a set of input here. And this input coming from different neuron from the previous layer. Okay. Before this neuron can fire or activate the um, activate the function to fire here, so we have to compute the sum of product here. Okay. So the output of a neuron is a function of the weighted sum of the input plus the bias. Okay. I will explain to you later on what is the bias here. Okay, so for example, like this is your input, this is your input, this is your hidden layer, and this is your output. Okay, so the understanding of a hidden layer require knowledge of the weights. So for this one, for the hidden layer, we have input x1 maybe, and um, we also have the weightage and times the input here, and also we have the bias. Okay, so the weightage here is used to control the slope of your function, and the bias is used to shift the active function to the left or right. So for example, if we have a graph like this, so the weightage here is used to control how steep you want to have, like you maybe have like this or more like this. So this is the steepness. So we use the weightage to control the steepness, but the bias we use that one to shift your graph to the left or to the right in order to learn the data. So that's the usage of the weight and also the bias. Okay. So if we have three input here, x1, x2, x3, so we will have three weightage. So in general, the output will be the summation of the product of xi input times wi. So the I is referring to the number of input that we want to have in our neural network. So basically, this is the formula that we have, the sum of this plus the bias. Okay, so remember that the bias is used to shift the uh, function to the left and to the right. Okay, so a function is applied on this output and it is called the activation function. So this is your activation function. It will fire when the summation of the product is greater than certain threshold that they have put. Okay, so during the training session, they will put different weightage here so that it will adjust when to trigger to fire the output to the next level. Okay, so they will modify the weights to better approximate the desired function. So for the activation function, we have a few type of them. The abstraction of the processing of neural network is mainly achieved through the activation function. So we will have linear function. So for the linear function, um, the your output will be the same as your input. Okay. We could also have this what we call unit step activation function. So the output assume value 0 to be uh, 0 when x is less than 0. So this is when your input is less than 0, your output is 0. It will only fire when your x is greater or equal to 0. So this is a unit step activation function. So this is the most famous activation function used called ReLU, rectify linear unit. So the range of output is between 0 and infinity. So it says here when your input is less than 0, you don't fire. Okay, but when your x is greater than 0 or equal, it will give you the x as the output. Okay, so for this one, it does not have the vanishing gradient problem and has shown vast improvement compared to the sigmoid and tangent function. So, okay, so for the deep learning approach, this is a very complex set of neural network because we have to optimize the hyperparameter that we have that include the epoch, the number of layer, the number of neuron, and many more. But they are well known to be very successfully used in image recognition, computer vision, handwriting, text classification, multi-class classification, and regression problem. And these are some of the advantages that can be used for regression and classification. Um, compared to the OLS, because that is mainly used for linear data. The neural network are good to model with non-linear data. Okay, and once trained, the prediction are very fast. You can get the output, um, and neural network can be trained with any number of input. So it depends on your input and also the number of layer. So they are very flexible. But the problem is we need to find the optimum number of layer and optimum number of neuron. Neural network work best with more data point. It's just saying that if you have more data, you can have a better prediction model using neural network. However, some of the disadvantages is that since they are processed in a black box, we do not know what is the reason behind the decision whether um, the item is classified as A or B. So we don't know what happened inside. Okay, and it is very expensive and time consuming to train with traditional CPU. But luckily now we have the GPU. It can run faster. Neural network depends on a lot of training data. So that's what I mentioned just now in the previous one. If you have more data, you will have a better model. But this become also the disadvantages when you have limited data. Okay. So best practice, neural network are best implemented when there is a good training data, when you have enough data. More the hidden layer in MLP, the better the accuracy. They said that the best practice is to have 2 to 3 layer lah. Okay, and it is best to have 5 nodes in the hidden layer. So This is based on some of the finding. So for each of these layer, you may have 5 nodes. And um, ReLU and sum of square of error are respectively best technique for activation function and error deduction. So we use this one in order to measure how accurate is the prediction, and then we use this one to activate the function. This is the activation function. Okay. So having to know that we have those two basic techniques that we can use, we can apply this one in real world environment. So for today's talk, I will share some of the technique that we have used in modeling and forecasting fresh agro-food commodities consumption per capita in Malaysia. So we are talking about fresh food here, the vegetables and also the paddy also included, and many more. So this is the background that we have for Malaysia. In the project that we have, we collected data for 33 fresh agro-food products. So they are categorized into rice, livestock, vegetables, fisheries, and fruits. So 5 categories. So what we wanted to do is we want to predict the per capita consumption for all the category that we have. And um, we have 5 category here, and we also have 33 fresh agro food. Okay? So we will use this one. We will show you how we can use this one. So this model will be used to forecast the consumption per capita for selected fresh agro-food product from 2018 to 2025. Okay, so this is the data that we have. For example, for the rice, this in 2010, um, this is how much individual people eat. This is in kilogram. This is so if we divide by 12, we have no. If we divide this one 79.6 divided by 365 days, so we will have how much people eat the rice each day. Okay, so this is what we say the consumption per capita, how much people consume each product yearly in kg. Okay, so in kg. So we have collected data from 2010 to 2017. For the star here, this is what we get on our own. So we collect the data. We ask around 3,000, no, 7,000 respondents. So we collect from every state. So every state we estimated around 300 people, not 300 respondents. So for this one, this is estimated by DOSM, Department of Statistics Malaysia. So we have more or less the same the value here, but this one we collect from the ground field. This one they estimate based on the supply. Okay, so given the data here that we have, how do we forecast them? So so this is for the vegetables, this is for the livestock, and this is for the fishery and fruits. Okay, so given this consumption per capita, we will use the Malaysia GDP per capita to predict the per capita consumption. So that means we are using multi-regression, two variable. Okay, so we will have the GDP here, and also we have the PCC. Um, um, Excuse me, we are using a single regression. Okay, so given the GDP here, we will predict the PCC per capita consumption. Okay, so we will estimate the alpha and also the beta here. Okay, um, this one is using the OLS. We also using ANN. So this is two layer with 5 neuron, and this one we have three layer having four, three number of neuron. So our objective is not to optimize the topology of the neural network, but we just want to look at the effect of varying the number of layer and number of neuron. Okay, so this one we have a basic one where we have one layer with 10 neuron. Okay, and how do we measure the accuracy? We look at the MSE for um, the OLS, and also we look at we use the man candle test to determine whether a trend has a monotonic upward or downward. So we want to know how significant is the trend going upward or down, okay, or neutral. So we use the man candle test to determine the significance of the trend. Okay. So based on the result, we have the result for neural network topology 1 and 2. This one is supposed to be 3 and 3. Okay. So based on this is the what? Um, this is the MSE, mean square error. So the lower is the better lah. Okay. So when we look at this one, the lowest MSA is this one. So that means topology number one is better. And when we include the data from 2018, this is the error. Okay, so that means the data that estimated by DOSM are better compared to the one collected on the ground. Okay. Okay. If you look at the trend, we can see that like the spinach, chili, all the green one have um, positive significant trend. So that means in the next 5 years we will have higher demand. Okay, so like the chicken and duck, beef and buffalo meat. So these are all the fresh agro food that will have high demand. Like for the pork, we have decreasing demand. Um, Other item like squid, uh, tuna, starfruit, jackfruit, and so on, they will have increased demand, and we have lower demand for the mackerel, papaya, guava, and many more. Okay, so in writing the reason why they're increasing and decreasing, we have liaised with all the government agency, and then we get the data, and then we back up our conclusion based on their information. Okay, so for the rice we will have increasing demand, and these are some of the trend that we could see for the next 5 years for the vegetables. So especially celery cabbage and also the cabbage and also the cucumber. This is for the livestock. So for the livestock, we have this one have positive trend, and the pork is decreasing trend. We also have this fishery. So the fishery we have decreasing trend, negative trend. Prawns, squid, tuna will have a positive trend. So based on this information, the government agency, Pharma and MAFI could outline their program in order to accommodate the requirement here, the higher demand in the next 5 years. And then for the fruits, we could see that the coconut and also the durian will have positive trend, and the banana and pineapple will have lower trend or negative trend. Okay, so for this is for the um, small fruits. We have sweet plum, sweet corn increasing, and we have this is papaya decreasing demand. Okay, and also we look at the relationship between the consumption per capita and also the GDP. So we find that all these items are highly correlated with the GDP, and we also find this item to be negatively correlated to the GDP. Okay, and we found there is a problem because when we look at in 2019 self-sufficiency ratio rate, we have less than 100. Like for the rice, we need to import 30% from outside. But if you look at the rice here, um, the changes or the increasing demand is 28% here. So when we tally with this one, that means basically we have to increase the production for this one because we do not have enough rice and there is a higher demand in the next 5 years. The same thing goes to chili. We do not have enough chili, but for over here we have higher demand in the next 5 years, 60% increase. For the cabbage, we have 38% cabbage. We also need more. So based on this, we can say that we need more program to be planned in order to increase the production of this fresh agro food. And similar to chicken and duck, we have enough supply, but in the next 5 years, the demand is not too many, only 7%. Beef and buffalo meat, we do not have beef and buffalo, and we can see that in the next 5 years we have higher demand. So we will have problem. So food security is the main issue here. For the lamb, we do not have enough, so we need to import 90%. For the lamb here, not many increase. I think the not many people like to eat lamb. Okay, so we have the full report of this. They are available with Pharma and Mafi. And in conclusion, that we can say that the deep neural network can be used as the best predictor, and we can use any other method like ARIMA or OLS, but machine learning is gaining more confidence from the researcher. And based on the project that we have identified some of the positive, uh, significant positive trend, and we have identified some significant negative trend using the result that we have. And in order to secure the food security, we have to outline some of the plan for increasing the production for rice, chili, cabbage, and many more in order to ensure the self-sufficiency ratio of more than 100%. Okay? So this is the example that in a real world problem in which we can use the machine learning technique in order to forecast the um, time series data. With that, thank you. I hope I have fixed the time, and I let me stop sharing first. Okay. So if you have any question, I'm more than happy to answer your question.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Rainy Alfred. So we are opening the floor for a question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, what you can do is we have a pigeonhole where you can type in the questions and I can read the questions out to Associate Professor Dr. Rainy Alfred. Okay. So Dr. Rainy, there is one question, if I may. Uh, Do you think the time series analysis will be a suitable approach which can be used for prediction purpose in the energy sector?
Yes, deep learning approach can be used to perform any regression problem, including the energy sector, in which we can predict the energy consumption for each household. But the problem is we have to collect the data for individual house. So I think the energy provider have all the information, but they have to tap into the data in order to separate the consumption for each household, or they can divide into zone or city or town. So that one also can be used in line with the government effort to build more building. So they can predict in the next 5 to 10 years they need how much energy and how much power plant that they need to build. Yeah, definitely they can uh, forecast the energy
Yeah.
consumption.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rainey. I think that would be it for now. Thank you so much for the answer and thank you so much for the keynote speech. So we will move on to the second keynote speech today. We would like to welcome uh, Associate Professor Dr. Mohamed Tahir, who's from Karabuk University, to deliver the second keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamini. Thank you
Thank you
all.
so much. Thank you.
Hi, dear participant to the conference. Actually, I would like to say welcome for everybody. And also, at first, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Muhammed Tahir Güneşer from Karabük University from Turkey. As you see on the picture, it is near to Istanbul and Ankara. And also, we have a city, Safranbolu, with World Heritage List of UNESCO. And also, I would like to thank the Urban Organization Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak here. In this uh, study, I would like to share with you my expert area about the antenna design and about the transportation, intelligent transportation system applications. And also because of this, my topic is circular microstrip antenna array with 5G frequency, and also its application on unmanned vehicles, unmanned air vehicles. So my outline is in 4 sections, and these are the backgrounds, and also I would like to explain the proposed study, and also the result, and also conclusion. At the end, if you have any question, I will try to answer you. Since the Shams formal presentation of a microstrip antenna in 1953 and detailed discussion by Alexopoulos, there has been an extensive amount of research devoted to the study of various parented antenna and arrays. It is well known that parented antenna are very light, occupy a small volume, useful at high frequencies, especially bigger than 1 GHz, and provide a wide range of patterns. And parented antenna examples are shown in figures, as you see, and the basic microstrip antenna design also can be seen on this slide. And also with this such as design, it has a metallic patch and also ground between the electric medium, called as substrate, and radiation occurs on the conducing path. Microstrip patch antenna are used for communication purposes, especially in military and civil applications. In microstrip antenna, it is the fringing fields that are responsible for the radiation. The fringing fields around the antenna can help explain why the microstrip antenna radiates. Considering the side view of the patch antenna shown on the figure, the current at the end of the patch is 0, and the current maximum at the center of the half-wave patch. Since the patch antenna can be viewed as an open circuit transmitted line, the voltage reflection coefficient will be 1. When this occurs, the voltage and current are out of phase. Hence, at the end of the patch, the voltage is at a maximum. At the start of the patch antenna, a half wavelength away. The voltage must be at minimum voltage. Hence, the fields underneath the patch will resemble, which roughly displays the fringing at the field around the edges. Note that the fringing fields near the surface of the patch antenna are both in y directions. Hence, the fringing electrical fields on the edge of the microstrip antenna add up in phase and produce the radiation of the microstrip antenna. The microstrip antenna's radiation arises from the fringing fields, which are due to the advantageous voltage distribution. Hence, the radiation arises due to the voltage and not the current. The patch antenna is therefore a voltage radiator as opposed to the wire antenna. Just a second. Yes. When designing the proposed microstrip patch antenna, we are interested in the following properties. All the properties in the proposed design are desired values, and all parameters of our antenna at a level to compete with other antenna in the literature. Input impedance and also current distribution, radiation pattern, bandwidth, VSVR, and gain also. Although a significant number of applications exist for the single element microstrip antenna, in many cases, the performance enhancement and feature available with multiple microstrip elements array add to an expanding list of new opportunities. A microstrip antenna array is formed by the arrangement or grouping of multiple single element microstrip antenna. The respective geometry positioning of individual elements, as well as the element amplitude and phase excitations, determines the characteristics of the antenna array. Just a second. An antenna array is a set of n specially separated antennas. Arrays in practice can have a few as n equal to 2 elements, which is common for the receiving arrays on cell phone towers. In general, array performance improves with added elements. Therefore, arrays in practice usually have more elements. The signal from the individual antenna are combined or processed to achieve improved performance over that of a single antenna. The use of an array antenna has several advantages. They can provide a high gain by using simple antenna elements. They can provide the capability of a steerable beam. Steer the array so that is most sensitive in a particular direction, provide diversity reception, and where are the microstrip patch antenna used? Microstrip patch antenna are used in wireless communication, mobile communication, medical applications, and also the drone applications. I would like to say about wireless communication frequencies, especially from 1G to 5G. What does it mean? These are 5 different generations called as, hence the first generations to 5th generations of mobile networks. They are including their own standards and or their own frequencies. So contrary to what you might think, mobile networks have actually been around since 1980s. And the new generation has primed every decade or like so. A generation refers to a specific sets of standards, especially for phone networks. But actually, after the 3G, after the 3rd generation, it changed to a bit for different wireless communication application with adding interactive data transfers. During the early 80s, 1G started to gain popularity across the globe, and it was only using analog signals and also sending the voice from one point to other point. And with the 90s, the 2nd generation was started, and this generation also including digital signals and analog signals together, and they also called as Global System for Mobile or GSM. and also it's improved over the years, and it is including also SMS, short messages, conference calls, or call holding, internal roaming, like so, standards. And with the 2000s, third generation was started, and also it became the mobile phones and available with the internet technology, downloading video also or uploading it, and internet search, picture using, video calls, also playing games. And after next 10 decades, we discussed about 4G, and including LTE, and also it also including big multimedia tasks, also improved security, and also low cost. And the 5G network, especially nowadays, we are discussing about more and more speed and decreasing the latency, and also adding more unique experiences, like a surgeon operation from Turkey to Malaysia, or and a meeting like so, real-time meeting from Malaysia to Turkey. And like so, we discussed higher multi GPS per second, peak, also data speed, and also more reliability, massive network capacity, and increasing the availability. And these opportunities opens new new industrious gates for us. And when we come to using this communication for drones, actually, before that, I would like to say something little about drone to explain the communication needs for drone. You know that drone is unmanned aerial vehicles, and also technological term, but including also GPS communication. And we need to know that the position on air. Also, we use it for taking photographs, videography, or agriculture application, or others. But for all these process, we need more data transfer in real time, or recorded. If we record this data, we use more quality, high resolution pictures or videos, or we would like to transfer in real time, especially for military applications or some security applications. In that time, we need to real-time high-speed transfers. In that time, we need to talk about the communication needs and communication frequencies, especially for these systems. We use several methods, like including more than one motors, and also all of these applications also including additional electromagnetic effects, and for several types, we can discuss about two different types of the drones, multi-rotor systems, and also fixed wing systems. And you can see that also the advantages and disadvantages of each of them. And in this circumstance, we should plan uh, the transfer of all of need data, all of need uh, conditions from drone to Earth station, or from Earth station to drone, and all of these communication should be minimum latency and also maximum resolution. And because of this, in this study, we actually motivated for antenna design for this program. And actually, I'm checking the time also. I would like to a bit, I would like to be a bit faster. And for this study, we also focused on to answer the questions that using a appropriate type of substrate, because you know that the drone already used in high air ventilation, and also including electromagnetic effect, also including another outdoor effects on it, high pressure or different temperature design. And so for this system, we focused on a microstrip antenna because it is easy to design and easy to install, and also cheaper application. So for first step, we chose the design with RO4003 type dielectric material, and also the substrate and of the size could be small design. And the second step is implemented an microstrip patch antenna type, and also it can radiate in 2 different frequency bands. These let us to increase the security for design. And also third step is implemented an CSD studio software, and also that verify antenna radiated in 2 different frequency. And the last step is implemented in circular microstrip and array antenna simulated, and also we tested the antenna parameters. And regarding regarding the results, return loss characteristics of proposed antenna, as you can see that wave crosses minus 10 decibel line once within the range of 0 gigahertz to 7 gigahertz. And also the resonance is found at 3.6 gigahertz. The return loss is at that time nearly minus 30 decibel. The ratio of the power density of the directional antenna at one point to the power density at the same point of the non-directional antenna fed by the same power is defined as the gain of the directional antenna at that point. Due to the advantages of properties of microstrip patch antenna are used in a wide variety of applications. but they have two major disadvantages, such as narrow band and low gain. The proposed antenna gain within the range of 0 to 7 gigahertz is seen, and also the gain at central frequency is 3.6 gigahertz, and also 2.9 to 8 decibel, and it is very good competitive result for the literature also. And next figure, the omnidirectional pattern of the proposed antenna. At the center frequency are obviously seen. The radiation efficiency of the proposed model was measured at 98.1% in the simulation environment. In fact, it has both an omnidirectional radioactive pattern and high radiation efficiency. Hence, the proposed design can be efficiently utilized in drone communication. So, production of these design and field tests are planned in near future. The current distribution and the shape of the antenna radiation are depicted in this figure. It is observed from that figure the current distribution is not unified at different elements of the circular array. Two circular antennae play a greater role in the radiation, one in the right and the other one is the left, at the same horizontal plane. So, in this study, a compact and low-cost ultra-wideband circular microstrip antenna array is designed for drone communication in 5G frequencies for real-time and minimum latency communication. The proposed antenna model simulated in CST, and regarding the aim of this study, this antenna, especially for use drone internal network, because especially regarding the drone networking each other for using multi-drone applications, these results can be satisfying, can be seen as can be said that it is satisfying for drone network applications for internal communication, for drone network communication, and it goes down more and more big applications, and will be able to provide telecommunication services to the network users. The antenna demonstrates high radiation efficiency and omnidirectional radiation pattern. The antenna covers the entire 5G mobile communication band also. That is the between 3.4 to 3.8 gigahertz, and also very good satisfying bandwidth, more than 1 gigahertz, like 1.1, 15 gigahertz, and the peak gain of the proposed antenna about 3 decibel, and the attained bandwidth output performs existing design, and also this proposed design, it is foreseen to enable reliable communication in various wireless applications of the unmanned air vehicles as well. So I would like to thank you for your listening our study, and also I would like to thank you and also thank to organizers of the conference, and if you have any question, I will try to answer in from now on.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir, who's from Karabuk University. It was indeed an insightful keynote speech. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:19 a.m. now. We will be going for a short morning break and we will resume the session at sharp 11 a.m. for our next keynote speech. Till then, thank you and make sure to be here again at 11 a.m. Thank you.
love taking pictures. A few months ago, I joined Fit Club. It's under IT department. When I was doing my SPM, I did well in IT, and I wanted to become a hacker. So when I saw Unit 10 has cybersecurity, I was like, oh, okay, I think it's meant to be lah. Almost every day, I wake up, mandi, then semayang, go to the class, eat, hang out with my friends, go to some other classes, and then go back home, watch movies. This is the place where my dream is going to become reality.
My name is Faisal. I'm from Morocco. I really wanted to be a psychiatrist, but my love to physics drove me to engineering. Unit 10 is producing one of the best graduates all over the place. I started searching about Malaysia, started reading more, I started reading about Unit 10. And I felt that it was really interesting. So being here is a challenge. I love to make myself as busy as I can. So I'll do a lot of futsal, football, and gym and swimming is number one in terms of time consumption after university. I'm trying to keep myself as healthy as I can. I'll be making my breakfast if I'm waking up early. If I'm not, then I will just head directly to classes. And after finishing up my classes, I'll be having already my gym bag packed. So from there, directly to the gym, doing some workout. Most probably I'll be leaving the gym around 9 or 10. I'll be having a few hours left for me to catch up with some studies and definitely dinner. So far, being in Unit 10 is a great chapter of my life.
I'm playing hockey since I'm 8 years old. 15 years old, I already playing for country. To manage my schedule every day, I communicate with my lecturer, and the most important thing is discipline. Be punctual on time. In a day, I have a very short time. I woke up about 6:15 a.m. and then I have classes from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Usually at 1 and have lunch and maybe a short nap at Masjid Unit 10. Then I will rush back for hockey training session in the evening until 7 p.m. Then at night, I have to settle my assignment or just do some revision before I get a good sleep. Hockey is my life. In 2020, I have two missions. First one is I will finish my degree in energy economics, and the second one, I will bring our hockey team to the Olympics.
I did my research. Unit 10 is the best engineering university in Malaysia. I put myself here. You can see all the facilities, the lecturers, how they handle things professionally. They give exposure to students like me. When I'm taking mechanical engineering, they don't just talk about it. They show us the machines, like lathing, drilling. I get to touch and operate some of the machines. I'm not really active in co-curriculum, but you need to participate in Unit 10 activities. There's this one activity, it's called Faith in Humanity. When I go to KL and meet all the homeless people, I was there. You know that feeling when you connect with someone who has nothing. They live in the alleys, in the streets, and they are kids. You know, we connect with them, we talk about them, and it's really beautiful. I thank God every day because what I have today, something that I will treasure, and I thank United for that.
Unit 10 offered me to do my full-time research in mechanical engineering. So at the same time, to integrate a bit of computer stuff, programming, into my mechanical knowledge. That's why I choose Unit 10, because I can integrate both of them into my research. So every day I wake up at 7, my breakfast, everything done. By 8 I'm in office, try to schedule my day. And sometimes I have classes to teach as well. So I finish my classes, then I have to do my research. And mostly I have to go out because I was working in the hospital, right? So I have to go and meet ophthalmologists there. And then I'll be back in Unit 10, say around 4:30. I go for my swimming at 5:30, dinner, and then probably a bit of entertainment. It has everything, so it's quite a versatile campus.
For 60 years, University Technology Mara, or UITM, has been the place for acquiring knowledge and developing capabilities. From a training center to now a vast network of universities, UITM has campuses and faculties all over Malaysia. UITM allows for the pursuing of goals and earning a degree in any field of choice, with a mission to enhance the knowledge and expertise of Bumiputras in all fields of study, through professional programs, research work and community service, while upholding moral values and professional ethics. Nestled amidst the greenery and some of the most scenic areas in the country, each university campus is strategically located in places where their presence inevitably provides an economic boost to the local community. UITM pledges to provide maximum opportunities to pursue professionally recognized programs of study in science, technology, industry, business, arts and humanities. University Technology Mara offers quality education at all levels of study, from foundation to postgraduate. The university has always been at the forefront in science and technology, as well as in management. It is a place where talent, skills and excellence are nurtured. UITM has a mission to empower the indigenous people through the provision of higher education in accordance with Article 153 of the Malaysian Federal Constitution and Act 173, University Technology Mara Act 1976. Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong is the Chancellor of UITM by virtue of his status as the King, as provided for by the law. UITM has established 8 centers of excellence and 1 high COE to enhance the scholastic, creative and innovative capabilities of the university, as well as to facilitate and manage research and development. To complete the teaching and learning activities at UITM, the university has made available modern and contemporary facilities such as the UITM Stadium, the house of UITM FC. With a capacity of 6,000, the stadium is the heart of soccer and it has played host to an international match in 2009. UITM also has an Olympic-sized swimming pool for the use of students and staff. The pool is also open to public on certain days. Built in 1972, Perpustakaan Tun Abdul Razak, or the PITA Library, has grown by leaps and bounds, housing thousands of international titles for all programs of study. Students' participation in extracurricular activities is highly encouraged and supported by the university. These activities would not only equip students with soft skills, but also train them to be balanced and holistic individuals to meet global requirements. As the largest public university in Malaysia, University Technology Mara has produced thousands of alumni who are successful individuals in their disciplines. They are award winners, innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders in both the government and private sectors. UITM honors its alumni by engaging them to establish smart partnerships resulting in strategic alliances. The alumni also gives back in areas such as academic improvements, charity work, and fundraising. University Technology Mara, Usaha Takwa Mulia.
I studied here since diploma until my degree. Actually, at first, I thought that when I took accounting, I thought it's gonna be in Unitan Bangi. But end up, it is at Unitan Isamsr. This place is so quiet, it's so peaceful, and I love the environment here. So every time I woke up, after I'm taking bath, I'm gonna took like 10 minutes to pick my clothes. I'm going to do my makeup, and then I go to class every morning. After class in the evening, I'm going to maybe a gym, or I'm going to the study group in library, or hang out in any cafe that I have here. There's a lot of activities that we have here, which is badminton, wall climbing, and we can also go to jungle trekking and hiking. So I used to go to Kuantan. There's so much place that we can go. To me, Unitan is a retreat.
A very good morning and welcome back to the fourth International Symposium on Agents, Multi-Agent System and Robotics 2021, Isamsr 2021. Now, without further ado, let's move on to the third keynote speech for the day. So we would like to invite uh, Dr. Muhammad Zaliman Muhammad Yusof, who is the Head Strategic Digital and Innovation at TNB Integrated Learning Solution, or it's also known as ILSAS. So welcome, Dr. Muhammad Zaliman. The floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wa salatu wa salam ashrafi amya salin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallam. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. Let us straight to my presentation. Okay, let us start. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Let us start with my presentation now. The title of my presentation is Agent-Based Thermal Scanning and Visual Inspection System for Condition-Based Maintenance CBM using Drone. I'm Zaliman from TNB Integrated Learning Solution and happy to present my presentation in Isamsr 2020. Before we start, let us enjoy with a bit of introduction on my drone academy.
Nama saya Muhammad Fairuz bin Ismail. Saya adalah salah seorang pengajar untuk ISAS Drone Academy. Kami mengajar asas penerbangan drone. Asas penerbangan drone mempunyai 3, iaitu teori, drone simulator dan praktikal. Untuk teori, kami akan mengajar cara-cara bagaimana untuk mengawal drone, ciri-ciri keselamatan serta undang-undang untuk penerbangan drone. Kemudian kita akan pindah kepada drone simulator, di mana di drone simulator kita akan mengajar pelatih cara untuk mengawal drone dengan lebih baik. Setelah tamat drone simulator, kita akan pindah ke padang untuk melakukan praktikal.
Okay, that is a bit about ILSA's Drone Academy, so that you can have some ideas on how ILSA's drone take place in the industry. So for today, the objective of presentations of my keynotes will focus on an agent-based CBM systems. And before we go into that, let us enjoy another video clips. Yeah. This is what we are doing at the beginning of the day. Okay. Okay. I would like to explain on how the system works with regards to these agent-based systems. Normally, there are two parts of the components, which is ILSAS and the client. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps for us to complete the cycle of the project or the system. Very early in the morning, as just mentioned, as you can see in the video just now, we normally start our project at 8 o'clock in the morning. We gather and do all the necessary preparations for us to fly our drones. And after following through the SOPs and safety procedures, we will then start checking the poles. On average, we normally cover 70 poles a day. And that will take us to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Okay. The next process is to do data sorting based on the raw data gathered in the morning. So that is done by another team looking into the quality of the data. And that normally takes 2 hours to complete. And start the following procedure, which is data processing and quality control. In the data processing and quality control requires 3 main steps. The first step is to check on the raw data, looking at the actual thermal and visual inspection data gathered from 1 and 2. And after that, the processing of the raw data take place, and a quality controller will take charge of this process. And once it's done, it will pass to the next level that consider for checking and verification of data through an expert. The expert will look into the data, and if everything is compliant, then he will then upload the data into the systems for step number 4. Otherwise, it will be written back to the technical expert to look into it again to rectify the problem before they can upload the data back to the system. And this will take another 1 day for the system to produce the final report so that we can deliver to the client. Typically, these are the process involved in our daily routine of this project. Now, in the context of this project, we cover both the west coast and the east coast of Sabah, and we managed to do the inspections at 6 different routes, and in total we managed to inspect about 3,600 plus poles. And the duration of this project took us about 4 months to complete. Okay. Now, in the context of today, I would like to explain more on the agent-based workflow. How does agent-based system works based on our context? Of course, there are 3 main components of the workflow. One, of course, the operator, which involve the day-to-day operations, as I mentioned earlier. And then there are ILSAS part, which is basically the technical expert people that will go through and verify the result by the operator. And finally, the final result will then pass to the client, in which they will verify and endorse the report. Now, at every stage in this workflow, we embed agent-based mechanism. And this agent will look into 3 mandate components. One is time. What is important here is to ensure the duration of the time is within acceptable limit. For instance, the produced report you have to upload by 5 o'clock every day. So the agent will point or prompt and a message to the operator and ILSAS should anything goes wrong, and in the event of complying to the time limit given, and the agent will also shoot an email to both parties to indicate that they are doing fine. That is the first component. The second component is about quality. As you can see earlier, when you take pictures using drone, there is no guarantee on the quality aspect of the videos and footage. Therefore, it is very important for the agent to always monitor whether or not the footage taken by the drone is of good quality. I will go into a bit detail later when come into the sample format of the outcome of the system, so that you can understand when we mention quality, there are many parameters need to be addressed accordingly. Okay, so that is the quality. And the last one is about task completion. In order for us to complete the whole cycle of the project, we divided the project into several tasks. And in order to monitor the task, we deploy agent in the context of the system. So the agent will then notify and inform relevant parties whenever the agent encounter any irregularities or abnormalities on the process workflow. In the context of operator, the task is quite taxing, the task is quite a lot, therefore it is very difficult if we were to track it on manual basis. That is why we deploy agent technology to assist us as the operator of the system in order for us to ensure what is supposed to deliver is delivered. Once everything is done nicely, then the agent will pass to ILSAS, and again, before ILSAS sending the data to the client, the agent will track the process accordingly too. Again, in the context of ISAS to the client, there are three main components also, which is time, the quality, and the task completion. So overall, in this context, we can simplify that agent is very useful in monitoring workflow process. Otherwise, if we want to do it manually, we might end up having troubles to understand each and every single components. Okay, to put it into a context and to explain the gravity of the or the complexity of the quality checking, will then will be explained in the next slide. Okay, this is the typical main page of the systems. First, in the system, there is a dashboard to indicate how good or how bad the situation is of every post, and all the data is captured in a dashboard manner. Now, this is one of our example of the defect. So, and we have divided the defect into three major types. One is low severity, second minor severity, and the third one is critical severity. Okay, and each and every one is done by the system using our AI algorithm. Okay, this is one of the sample that we took during our project. Of course, you can see here at the top, let me point to the pointer first. Okay, these are all the parameters of quality. So in this example, we have up to 16 parameters. To be honest, it is more than that, but what we are looking here is just only the top 16 element of quality required to be checked and performed by the system. The top end here is the workflow, as I mentioned earlier. There are three parts of it, the green color and the gray color. The green color represent the process have been completed, but the gray color in this context represent that the system is ongoing. If we exceed certain of the three parameters, time or quality or task completion, this gray color will be turned into red color. That indicates there's something wrong along the line determined by the agent that monitor the whole enterprise of the project. Okay, and this is the examples of the report taken by the drones. As you can see here, these are the pole. This is the pole, one sample pole, and this is the visual that we took using our drone, and we process the data to get a nice picture of footage for the report. And as you can see here, this is the report. As you can look at this report, the system indicates it is a low severity because of it is not concerning with regards to the quality of the reporting. Now, another example. This is very interesting. As you can see here, the top end is still representing the agent segment, which indicate the flow. Right now, it means that at this point, it means that this report is not yet endorsed by the client. So it means the client can reject or the client can accept if they are happy with the finding of our study. If you look at this is thermal image. There are 3 lines of cable, and there is a problem here, as you can see in the middle. The color is different from yellow to the red. The red represent the high degree of temperature. So it means at this point, there is something wrong somewhere. So the client needs to ask their team to come over to this location and to do some rectification. So why we use drone is because of the agility of the drones. Otherwise, if you do it manually, you have to climb using the ladder, and it is quite dangerous. If you talk about Sabah environment, it's even more dangerous. Okay, so this is the visual of the same pole. You can see here, if you look from your bare eyes, it looks okay. Nothing wrong with it. However, if you look at the thermal image, there's something wrong with it, which basically indicates the middle line. The middle line has some problem with the physical quality of the line itself. So we produce the reports, we check the temperature, we know the different, the severity, and of course, in these examples, the severity is not that critical based on the different on the temperature, but it is something concerning. So this is what we do in Sabah, and these are some of the pictures of our people on site every day, going from pole to pole. So you just imagine how we work. We move from one pole to another, and we bring along all our equipments on a huge rack of cars, of 4-wheeled cars. So and we also do a lot of battery charging using the car as well. So we modify our car a bit. This is interesting. Okay. As a conclusion, we developed that system using agent base to indicate a workflow of a system using drone, which is very interesting and very challenging. And of course, we are looking for our next level, which is go for more lines in Sabah. Okay, but before we end, let me share with you guys our videos. Okay, let me share with you guys our final video on our drone academy. Okay, this the training needed before you can go on site with the team. Okay, as you can see here, they are flying the drone manually. These are the training. They have to land the drones on the drone pad. So they have to stabilize the drone nicely. This is part of the advanced training. Okay. On behalf of ITSAS, we'll thank everybody to joining us during this session. And more importantly, we are looking forward as well to collaborate further with the academia to enhance our system as well as the drone training exercise. With that, I thank you. Should you interested, do contact me using my email address. Okay, and get in touch, inshallah, in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaliman. It was wonderful to watch all those videos on drones. Huh? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the keynote speech. Now we will move on to the presentation session. So from here on, it will be taken over by Dr. Azhana. So thank you very much and enjoy the session.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Okay, my name is Azhana. Okay, I will be the moderator for this session, which is the session 3 of Isamsr 2021. Okay, so today we will have around 8 papers for the presentations. So we are going to have two types of presentations. First is the live presentations, okay, by the two of the presenters, and the rest of it is going to become a video presentation. So for the live presentation, we will have question and answer later, okay, and then for the video presentation, there will be no question and answer. So if any one of you have any questions, okay, you can type the question on your screen on your right down. Okay, there will be a place for you to write your question, and I will read out the question so that the author can answer your questions. Okay, so now, okay, what we will have today for the first papers, okay, we will have Dr. Husna S. Hussein, okay, from Malaysia. She is going to present to us the paper titled Agent-Mediated Recommender System with Detect, Determine, Direct Model for the News Websites. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Husna for her presentation.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning. So today I will present my paper on agent-mediated recommender system. So let me share with you my file. Can you see the slides? Can you guys see the slides? Okay, so I will start now. Okay, so the title for my paper is Agent Mediated Recommender System with Detect, Determine, Direct Model for News Website. I am Husna Saira Hussein from University Kuala Lumpur, and my co-author is Dr. Sharina Ismail from UNIMI. So in competing with various sources of news made available in the digital economy, newspaper companies need to look into proactive ways to direct and drive readers in their search for news. Agent-mediated recommender system may sound common to the AI world. However, this research paper is proposing a deployment of software agents with certain roles and tasks, adopting the detect, determine, direct model for the news website users based on the user navigation behavior analysis. So in this proposed conceptual framework, software agents are assigned with the task to identify, drive, decide, and method that have been proven computable in earlier research. Taking into account the flexibility of users who may change their behavior once a recommendation is made, this design of recommender system is expected to be self-sustainable as it improves itself by learning new knowledge retrieved from the change in its environment to support the capacity of its knowledge repository. Is my slides working okay? Can you guys see the slide? Okay, so in the related work, we have covered a few areas, which is first, we identified what are the goals of reading a digital newspaper. So from previous study, we have identified that users read newspaper, online newspaper to search for specific information, to get updated news, for leisure entertainment, as well as to keep abreast of the current news. Okay, there have been many studies on newspaper logs. So these two studies usually identify pattern and traffic and also analysis on how users access newspaper websites. So in these studies of association rules are to discover the correlations between the different pages on the news website, to identify the user's navigation behavior, and to analyze the preferred sections and language of subscribers. In the next section of the related work, we look into the software agent mediation for recommendation system. Software agents can be programmed to work together in achieving an assigned collective objective. Multi-agent system describe this cooperative and collaborative environment in software agents design and development. So we use a nodal approach, which is to represent the multi-agent model in which humans and their corresponding agents reside in a virtual node and communicate with other nodes. So we have discovered the specific tasks of software agents, which are to identify, decide, drive, and method. So the 3D model or detect, determine, direct that we are proposing now is initially to represent social intelligence in knowledge management, in which the agent environment started from the social networking environment and extended to knowledge repository. So the 3D model that we are proposing is the proactive nature of multi-agent system that manifests social intelligence within a virtual environment, is objective, and to exploit the concept of agent of things or AOT by locating agents in virtual things. Next part is I am going to describe how we perform this work, which is the methodology. So first, we collected the data, which is web server logs from an online newspaper website. So this data was actually for year 2012 and for year 2017. So we have also used previous studies, which was on association rules and process mining, to identify the knowledge needed for this work. Okay, once we have identified the knowledge, we identify the agent roles, where each agent would be assigned with different tasks based on the ability to handle the task depending on their location in their virtual environment. And finally, we develop the conceptual framework, okay, where the software agents, which are based on their roles, are deployed for a recommendation. Okay, so this table is an association rules that we have done in the previous study. So referring to this table, we can see the item set business and world have the highest lift for both desktop and mobile for both years. Okay, so business and world is here. Okay, this one. Okay, so the high lift value indicates the high probability of the occurrence for both sections being read together in a session. So for your information, in the previous work of association rules, we set the session to be 5 minutes. So we want to identify how many users read how many pages in that 5-minute session. Okay, on the other hand, the lowest lifts are found to be for the pair of entertainment and sports. Okay, here, which is sports and entertainment, for both desktop and mobile users in year 1 with 0.5697 and 0.3907 in year 2. Okay, year 1 is in 2012 and year 2 is in 2017. The ranking of the highest to lowest lift values would provide a good input for the software agents to make better recommendation. Besides the association rules, we also have used the results from the process mining. Okay, so another aspect of results on user navigation behavior derived from the previous study, it was using web process mining approach, which is to identify the type of users which are guided and exploratory users. Guided users are common users who already know where to go when they browse the online news website. And guide users are often guided by their need for news. Hence, they would go straight to the required section, or guided by their habit that they would unconsciously go straight to certain section, often the same one every time they visit without much thinking. Okay, on the other hand, exploratory type of users may not have any pre-planned direction on which section page to visit. They may take some time to decide where to go, perhaps reading through one page at a time before deciding to go to different news section. It is seldom to see exploratory users have the same thread of section visits repetitively. So based on these two results from the association rules and process mining, we come up with the agent-mediated recommender system. Okay, so from the results of association rules on user navigation, the probability of users' next section visit could be ranked by high probability, low probability, and common to nearby, in which nearby represent the common average choice of section visit. So this information, along with the information on how to detect the two types of users, are stored in the knowledge repository. So there are two possible locations for the software agents to reside, which is in the news website and also in the knowledge repository. So their locations are based on the tasks assigned to them as presented in this table, which is in table 2. Okay, so the software agent has 4 tasks, which is to identify, drive, decide, and also method. So in identify agent, the agent will detect the current state of the user visiting the news website by identifying the IP address and the current state of the section page visit. Then it will pass on to drive agent, where the agent will determine the type of user, whether it's guided or exploratory. And also this agent will determine the possible recommendation for the user. And then the next stage is to the decide agent, where the agent will decide based on the process mining results, and the agent will also decide based on the ranking of item set rules. Okay, and finally, the agent will direct the user with recommendation section on which section to go next. So here from this table, we have come up with a conceptual framework of the detect, determine, direct, or 3D model in this agent-mediated recommender system. Okay, so this diagram will summarize all the 3D detect, determine, and direct model. Okay, so the identify agent will detect the current state of user in the news website, okay, by identifying the user's IP address and current state of section visit. The current state here will include information like the section that the user is currently visiting, and this information will be passed on to the drive and decide agent. Okay, with the information retrieved from the identify agent, the drive agent could determine whether the user is guided user or exploratory in type. Okay, these agents reside in the knowledge repository. So when the current state of the user shows that he or she does not follow constant pattern or taking time to move from section to section, then user is considered as an exploratory type. Okay, so then the decide agent, on the other hand, would refer to the process mining analysis data to decide whether the next section to recommend the user is high, low, or average in terms of probability. Okay, and finally, the results from the drive and decide section will be passed on to the method agent in which the recommendation style or channel is within its task capability. Okay, finally, that's all for the work. And then for discussion, agents may start detecting the moment the user logs in as the visiting session starts, but it may take some time, okay, for the drive and decide agents to pick up and learn from the identify agent in order to analyze better with a few information on user's current state. So ranking of the high, average, or common nearby and low probability of next section visit may be visualized as metrics with percentage of recommendation accuracy based on historical data. The drive agent will be in charge of updating the type of the user records, whereas the site agent will be in charge of updating the change in ranking of high, average, and low probability of next section visits. In a cautious note, drive agent may be only available to update the type of user according to the date and time of the user session. And this could bring this research to a new area worth exploring on the change of user behavior based on date and time. If this is possible to be recorded and analyzed, then the drive agent could perform its task better. Thank you. That's all from me. And
Okay, thank you, Dr. Husna, for the presentation. Okay, actually, I have a question for you, but I think I will email you later. Okay, so now we are going to proceed to the second paper. Okay, we're going to proceed to the second paper. Professor Sim Yi Wai, okay, he is going to present to us a paper titled Towards Software Engineering Perspective for BDI Agents. So, Professor Sim, please present your presentation. Thank you.
Right, thank you for the moderators' introductions. So I'm Professor Sims. Hope that everyone can see my slide now. So a very good morning to everyone. So once again, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Sim from Quest International Universities. And today, I'm going to present on my paper entitled Towards Software Engineering Perspective for BDI Agent. So the research work is a collaborative effort between two universities, which is mine, Quest International University, and my collaborators from UNIMAST. They are Dr. Chia, Mr. Sim, and Mr. Ashraf. A belief, desires, and intentions agent or BDI agent is a connective architecture to model human reasoning based on a philosophical stream. So the logics within a BDI agent describe the three main intention states: belief, desires, intentions, that lead the agent from its world knowledge to the choice of the actions to perform and to the execution of these actions. Right, so that is the basis of our BDI agent, right, which is the main, our main focus of this paper, right? So the BDI architecture therefore offers a more straightforward descriptions, making models easier to understand for modelers and end users. And the architecture focuses on the conscious levels on one's mind, at the level where human beings can consciously manipulate the concepts of communicate them to the others. So this allows the easy mapping of knowledge from experts to agent behavior, and it helps non-computer scientists to understand agent behavior, right? So in short, that is actually the benefit of using a BDI agent in software. So today, BDI agent is widely used in social simulations. For example, the BDI-based social simulations has been applied in the case studies of emergency evacuation, consumer markets, artificial financial markets, infrastructure, transportation, crisis management, epidemiology, military, and criminology. So this is actually a very wide range of social cases that we can apply these simulations on. However, the modeling and simulations of BDI agent is not a straightforward process. So there are methodologies, namely Prometheus and TDF, were introduced to model BDI agent-based simulations. However, they still have their limitations. For example, Prometheus has less focus on early requirements, right, such as role and organizations. On the other hand, TDF was initially developed to simulate military tactics. So hence it will not work perfectly for all possible scenarios. So in addition, TDF is using domain-specific languages for tactics representations, right? So this make it even more difficult for non-domain experts actually to utilize this framework. So in our research work, we argue that dealing with a BDI agent is hard, right? It's actually, when you want to build a BDI-based system, it's actually difficult to build and difficult to maintain, right? This is actually our opinions on this research work. So the BDI paradigm is a unique way of thinking about an autonomous agent that is actually based on mental attitudes rather than classes and methods. So as a result, novice designers, right, sometimes they can struggle to conceptualize agent models, right, because they've been used to these classes and methods rather than thinking of on a different kind of a framework. So hence there's a need to call for a new methodology to overcome the challenges that I mentioned earlier. So in this research work, we are going to introduce an alternative method, right, to model BDI agent through software engineering perspective, right? So software engineering involves a lot of processes, and for this research work, we will be mainly focusing on the requirement design and implementation perspective of the BDI agent, right? So if you all are familiar with software engineering process, you know there are more stages. Like say we have testing, we have validations, verifications, and also we have this maintenance as well. But for this research purpose, because it's just we are going to investigate the feasibility of using software engineering in this approach, we are going to mainly focus on the three earlier stages in software engineering, which is the requirement, design, and implementations. So a case studies will be used. So we will be focusing on a case study, which is actually based on the work by Adam and Gauto. And we will actually compare the results of these simulations between our work and the work by Adam and Gauto, right? So because we need to know whether we have effectively whether it's feasible for us actually to use a software engineering approach to actually build a BDI agent system. So the case studies that we're going to use here, right, is actually I have presented in my slide here. So in these case studies or in these simulations, we're going to assume that in a residential area surrounded by a forest. And in this area, we have about like 100 houses, and each house has only one occupant. And we will have two shelters in these simulations, one on the upper right corner and one on the lower left corner. So the residents are going about their everyday activities in these simulations, and we will actually also put a trigger here, right? So suddenly a bushfire breaks out and spreads into the residential areas, and the occupants will have the options either to protect their homes or escape to a safer place, right? So this is simulations that we are going to build based on the earlier works done by Adam and Godot. So to start the process of developing the simulations, we will first look at the requirement modeling. So based on the case study, we have identified one actor, which is the occupant. So the domain model for the occupant is as shown in the figure, right, that you see here in my slides. It represents the belief model for occupant in bushfire. So the residential area layout consists of physical objects of types shelter, fire, and housed. All the physical objects are actually situated in the building and are modeled as contained by the memory domain entity. So agents playing the role of occupants perceive events and perform actions on physical objects. The memory will update the agent belief whenever the agent perceive an event. Right, so the event can be like on fire, then they have to react to the events. And then we look at the desire model. So the desire model is used to represent as a goal model, which is desire to stay alive in this case during fire evacuation. All right. So there are two sub-goals in this model. So one of it is actually defend home. The other is actually to evacuate, right, in order for the agent to stay alive. So the figure shown here is actually for the desired intention of connection to stay alive, right? For example, the sub-goal of defend home has two plans, right? Namely, preparing for defend and fight the fire, okay? So this is actually the model here that you've seen here, right? So there are other plans as well, right? Defend home also. Now we're going to look at the design model, right? After we have actually developed the requirement model. So the figure shown here is actually the knowledge model of occupant. So the knowledge model further elaborates and expands the belief, right, that are used by agents. The information, for example, the health, defend, motivation, escape motivation, is the attribute of occupant. So the health is represented by integers, while the defend motivation and escape motivations are represented by float. And furthermore, we look at the table here, right? The table shown here is actually the scenario for achieving the goal of stay alive, right? So the scenario models reflect each scenario's goal from the relevant goal model. So the initiating agent, the triggering event, and the scenario description, which consists of scenarios number steps. So each step represents one activity, as well as the condition for its execution, right? So the involved role and agent type and the physical objects as well. The scenario model was adopted to model the deliberations of human connections. And the scenario model is kind of a model that consists of collective activities to elaborate on how the agents achieve the goals step by step. So the scenario model was extended with BDI capability to capture agents' belief, desires, and intention. Again, going back to the BDI. Also, it was used to model the plan in detail as well. It could be a little bit difficult to read on my slide here because it's actually a vertical image. But if you're interested, you can always go back to my paper. So, so in this research, we are actually using Unity 2, right, to model the fire evacuation simulations. So in Unity 3D, a BDI plugin is built to simulate BDI connections. The model will transfer from design model into the Unity 3D constructs using the proposed transformation guideline. Okay, so this is actually the implementations. Okay, so the table here, it shows the examples of the mapping of knowledge model into the Unity constructs. And then we are looking at the simulations interface here, right? So the interface is actually, as I mentioned earlier, is built using Unity. So it's for, and the purpose of this simulation is actually for fire evacuation, right? So we want to know what are the survival rates of these occupants, right, under certain situations. So the simulation settings such as general settings, fire settings, building settings, and agent settings are all included in the script Firespawn. And the aim of this simulation, as I mentioned earlier, right, is actually to simulate realistic human behavior in the event of a bushfire. And the aim is to raise awareness of actual population's behavior in crisis situations by distinguishing between objective, such as capabilities and danger, and subjective in the area of confidence, risk, aversions, attribute, as well as individual motivations. So there are 6 types of human behaviors, right, defined by different colors. So we have the dark blue, which is unaware. The pink color is indecisions. The orange color is preparing to defend, and the red color is defending. Yellow, preparing to escape. And finally, light blue is for escaping. So the pie chart you see here is actually the results of the simulations. So the result is actually based on the occupant decisions during the bushfire. So the result shows that the percentage of death causes upon running the simulation. So we are interested in that, right? The death causes. So from the results, 47% of the occupants died while still passive, which is the indecisive category. 21% died while escaping. 5% died while defending, and the others died while preparing to escape, which is 10%, or preparing to defend for 15%. So we were taken by surprise before that. They were taken by surprise before they could react. So the result shows that indecisiveness is the leading cause of death, right? Because it's contributing 47%, right? You can see the pink color there. Right. So the occupant is aware of field fires, but is unable to determine how to respond. So this shows that the people are unaware of the risk of a bushfire. So to evaluate the correctness of our proposed approach, which is using the software engineering perspective in modeling our BDI agent-based simulations. So the result obtained in this research work will be compared with the simulation results from Adam and Gaudot's work. So based on the comparisons, the results in both research work show similar patterns, right? So the results show that while still unaware is the same, right? 0% in both cases, and died while deciding what to do, 48% versus 47%, differences in 1%, and dead while defending, 8% versus 6%, differences in 2%, and dead while preparing to defend, differences of 4%. For the category of dead while preparing to escape, 0% in both cases, and die while escaping, 20% versus 19%. So you can from the result we can see that is actually they are very close. Okay, so the comparison supports and validate our simulation model, which was modeled using the proposed software engineering approach. So to conclude, I would like to state that the contribution of this research is actually to introduce software engineering perspective for BDI agent development. So the systems with an AI component is hard to build and maintain, as I mentioned earlier, right? So this is what we found from other research work as well. So there are existing issues like how to deploy and update AI model, ensure the quality of AI software, and deal with mistakes and risk of AI model, right? Handle learning costs, update the ability and interoperability of AI systems. As BDI is one of the family members from AI, so this research shows that having a software engineering practice for BDI agent is needed to ensure a reliable, maintainable, quality BDI agent system. So this research presents a new insight and preliminary efforts to analysis, design, and implement BDI agent systems. So in the future, more works will need to be done, right, to explore and extend this research to test, validate, and maintain BDI agent systems. And that's all from my presentations, and thank you for listening, and I will pass the floor back to the session chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Sim. Okay, I have one question for you. Okay, inside the BDI agent, okay, I well understand about the BDI. Okay, so Prof. Sim, inside the desire, there are several intention that the agent can take, like evacuate or defend, right? So
Yes.
inside the Unity, how you set up the simulation so that the fire will be for several intensity so that the agent can take the right decisions, the right intention based on the fire intensity. So how you do that?
We actually have a parameter called whether the fire is near, so that we actually being sent to the agent, and the agent will actually decide what to do depending on the whether the fire is how far is it from them.
Okay, so the intention is based on several parameters, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
Whether they are in
okay,
danger, whether the fire is near, yeah, or whether they are
okay.
actually the properties is on fire or not. Yeah, so we have these few parameters for the events. Yeah.
Okay, so that's all from me, Prof. Sim. Thank you so much for the presentation for Isamsr today. So we will there will be, if there are any question, they might be emailed later. Okay, thank you, Prof. Sim.
All right. Thank you very much. Right.
Okay, guys, thank you so much, Prof. Sim, for the presentation. So now we shall move to the third presentation by Dr. Fumito Uwano from Japan. The title of the paper is A Cooperative Learning Method for Multi-Agent System with Different Input Resolutions. Okay, please welcome Dr. Fumito.
Fumito Uwano from Okayama University. Today I give a presentation entitled A Cooperative Learning Method for Multi-Agent System with Different Input Resolution. Lately, multi-agent reinforcement learning, which is MARL, is important technology to solve a lot of problems. For example, traffic jam, robot formation, and more. MARL enables some learning agents solve the problem by learning cooperative actions to increase the profit for all agents. As for the problem of MARL, previous work did not consider the different resolution in agents. For example, this figure shows the difference. The left side is for the previous work, and the right side is for this work. In the previous work, both agents can input the same information each other. On the other hand, in this work, the two agents cannot input the same information each other. The blue agents cannot input the clear location of agents and goals, like this figure. On the other hand, green agents can input the clear location of all agents and all goals, like this figure. From the background, the different information in agent resolution is called heteroinformation in this research. And this research aims to propose an agent cooperative learning method with heteroinformation. And the approach of this research is that abstraction of information by deep reinforcement learning, DRL. Therefore, the purpose of this research is as follows. There are two purposes. The first is examination between heteroinformation and DRL. The second is to propose a method for cooperative learning with heteroinformation. There are two cases of analysis. A single agent case analyzes the relation between network topology and abstraction of input information by comparing the learning results with different networks like this. The multi-agent case analyzes the cooperative learning in two agents with different inputs in maze problem, like this figure. This research employs maze problems, and here is the experiment of maze problems for one agent and one goal. The observation of agents is information from environment, especially the location in maze problems. The action is up, down, left, and right, and the reward is received value when an agent reaches goals. In this maze, the agent reaches this square, the agent receives the reward. There are two exit conditions like this. One is when agents have reached the goal, and two is when several steps have been executed. Deep reinforcement learning, DRL, is combined deep learning and reinforcement learning. DRL can estimate the action value of policies by neural networks from complex input to learn complex input-output relations. This figure is the difference between RL and DRL. In the RL, agent maps the input to the appropriate state and select the appropriate action in the selected states. Therefore, if the input is complex like this, the agent cannot map the input to the state appropriately. The RL cannot learn from this input. On the other hand, DRL can learn from this input and output the appropriate policy and state action values QSA. That is because the DRL has neural networks, and neural networks can approximate from the complex input to the output. Asynchronous advantage actor critic A3C is one of DRL methods. A3C has three characters like this. One is integration of results of copied agents called asynchronous. The second is future state bias learning called advantage. And the third is policy and state value to stable learning called actor critic. S3C agent copy itself at first, like this, and the copied agents run asynchronously. The agent calculates two loss values of policy and state value, like these two equations, and updates the parameters of networks by back propagation. The neural network topologies of A3C is like that. The input is state S and output is the policy pi and state value V. And the two loss is for the two values of policies and state values. Here is the explanation of experiment 1. This experiment comparing the result of S3C agents with different networks. In particular, the networks have the difference in terms of the number of hidden layers. The problem is the maze problems, like this figure. The start location is this, and the goal location is this. Evaluation criterion is the acquired reward value, and parameters is as follows. This figure shows the result of the experiment 1. The vertical axis indicates the acquired reward, and the horizontal axis indicates the total steps. And blue, orange, green, and red lines indicates the result of the different networks in terms of the difference of hidden layers in order from the 0 to 3, like that. And the top is the best and the bottom is the worst. From this result, the agent can learn without hidden layers like this, and one hidden layer enables fast convergence like the orange lines, and other perform the same from the result of 3 lines. These figures shows the parameters of each networks, and there are the results of 0, 1, 2, and 3 hidden layers from the top, and the first, second, third hidden layers from the left, and the last right figures shows the parameters of output layers. From these figures, and the first and second hidden layers have the same parameters each other, and the last output layers have different output each other. Therefore, the former hidden layers for the abstractions and later output layers for the approximations of output functions. Therefore, neural networks can abstract hetero information. Multi-agent maze problem is mainly the same as the maze problem for one agent. But several rules is additionally in the multi-agent maze problems. For the observations, there are two rules. One is agents can be in the same square, like these figures, and second is agents are absorbed in goals, like these figures. And for reward, one reward in one goals. These rules added in the multi-agent maze problems, like these figures. Yes. The agent cannot acquire the reward when it reaches the goal with other agent, like these figures. And as for the other rules, each reward value is the same, like this. And there are two exit conditions. One is when all agents reach the goal, and two is when several steps have been executed. Here is the hetero information in maze problems. Hetero information makes the agent sense the same input in different states. That is, the input information is selected randomly from the state constructing the input, like this. For example, the location of the agent is constructed from the four input states, and if the agent in this state, agent can observe the up left state by 70%, up right by 10%, down left by 10%, and down right 10%, like these figures. This research proposes a PMRL-based A3C by combination of A3C and PMRL, which is the previous method to run cooperative action. The mainstream is the same as A3C, but a PMRL-based A3C has its own reward functions like this, and own parameters T and B bit like that. T is the minimum number of steps until reach the goal, and bit is the priority to select the goal. In PMRL-based A3C, the copied agents update the two parameters and run by the reward function like this to run cooperative action. As the previous method, PMRL enable agents run cooperative action without communication each other. PMRL make agents run the farthest goal in the experience, like these figures. However, since two agents cannot reach the farthest goal like these figures, the unreachable agent, that is the agent A in this figure, learn to reach the second farthest goal like that. PMRL derives cooperation like these processes. And PMRL has two mechanisms like this. One is goal selection. That makes agent reach the first, second, third, and other farthest goals. Two is reward calculation. To run to reach the goal selected by the goal selection mechanisms. Here is the explanation of experiment 2. Experiment 2 compares the A3C with PMRL-based A3C. And there are three kinds of A3C. One is two agents with one hidden layers. Two is 0 and 2 hidden layers, and third is 2 and 1 hidden layers. The problem is a maze problem like this, and agent A and B indicates the start location of agents, and goal X and Y indicates the goal locations. The evaluation criteria are the acquired reward and spent steps. The parameters are as follows. These figures are the results. And the top left is the result of agent A's acquired reward. And the bottom left is the agent B's acquired reward. And the top right is the spent step until all agents reach the goals. From these results, acquired reward is 10 in each case. The result of PMRL-based A3C derives 11 as the minimum number of spent steps. From this result, the result of A3C converges faster, unlike PMRL-based A3C. The PMRL-based A3C cannot converge to one number of spent steps. These figures are the results when the parameters of PMRL-based A3C is fit in this environment. From these results, the result of PMRL-based A3C converges 11 as the minimum number of spent steps, like the top left figures, like this. Therefore, the PMRL-based A3C can learn cooperative action in hetero information. In conclusion, there are two purposes, analysis of relation between hetero information and DRL, and proposition of cooperative learning method in hetero information. This research has two approaches to achieve these purposes. One is abstraction of hetero information by neural networks, and two is the reward design for cooperation by PMRL. From the results of experiments, in single agent case, deep reinforcement learning can abstract hetero information and approximate output functions. And in multi-agent case, a PMRL-based A3C can learn cooperative action in hetero information. Therefore, DRL can adjust input resolution and learn cooperative action. Future work is the application of PMRL-based A3C to graphical input or large-scale domain along the real-world robotics problems. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fomito, for the very nice presentations. So now we were going to move to the fourth paper by Dr. Muhammad Yunus bin Iqbal Bashir from Malaysia. So he is going to present to us a paper titled Detecting Anomaly in IoT Devices Using Multi-Threaded Autonomous Anomaly Detections. Welcome, Dr. Muhammad Yunus.
A very good day to fellow audience. Today I would like to present to you about our proposed project titled Detecting Anomaly in IoT Devices Using Multi-Threaded Autonomous Anomaly Detection. My name is Muhammad Yunus bin Balbashir and my fellow researchers are Dr. Azliza, Madam Nozi, Sir Azizi, Dr. Rozia Nawati, and Dr. Sharifalillah. So we are from UiTM Shah Alam, Malaysia. There are 5 different elements in this slide, which includes introduction, which will give a brief explanation of introduction. This followed by autonomous anomaly detection algorithm, the introduction of how it works, then our proposed algorithm and system development. Finally, evaluation, where our algorithm will be tested, and conclusion, which conclude our overall research. Firstly, introduction. IoT are now widely used and it become service and eventually used by many nations in administrative system. IoT also produce streaming data which will change dynamically in the pipeline as well as can be collected from long range. The data from streaming is unknown and it may contain anomaly. The consequences is it may disturb decision making and eventually affect the whole system. Hence, this is why detecting abnormality in Internet of Things devices is very important. Next is autonomous anomaly detection algorithm. So it was introduced in year 2017 by Dr. Gu and Angelov, uh, and it have very interesting characteristic which we believe that it can cope with streaming data. However, this autonomous anomaly detection algorithm was firstly designed specially for offline data. So the characteristics are comprised of computational efficient, memory efficient, and reuse and update the important information, which this characteristic is brought by recursive calculation. So how AAD works? Firstly, the data sample are the data samples of the data density is calculated and sorted in ascending order. So after we calculate the data density of every data sample, then we use Chebyshev inequality, which is 1 over n square. So here n represent 3. So n equal to 3, where n equal to 3 is widely used by many researchers. So this means 1 over n square is equal to 1 over 9. Because of data density is less sensitive towards the sparsity, so then we calculate unimodal density of every data sample. So, and after we calculate the unimodal data density, we sort it again in ascending order and choose the least of 1 over n square again, or 1 over 9. After that, we declare both results from data density and unimodal density as potential anomaly. So this potential anomaly will be checked whether it can form data clouds or not. And if it can able to form data clouds, then it will be declared as normal. Otherwise, if it cannot form data clouds, then of course it is anomaly. So this is our own IoT device. It consists of ESP8266, which is a microcontroller that contain Wi-Fi embedded in it. Then we use DHT22, which is a sensor produce 3 different data, namely temperature in degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit. Here in our research, we use degree Celsius. Humidity in percent and also heat index in degree Celsius. And then there are 4 different diodes we use here, light emitting diodes. So the first color is red, which represent more than 27 data had been sent to the algorithm. This means that the AAD algorithm is activated. The second is blue LED, which represent the ESP8266 is connected to wireless fidelity or Wi-Fi. And then green light emitting diode representing the ESP8266 by using the HT22 is reading the current temperature, humidity and heat index. And then for yellow LED is it ready to read next data. So why we create this LED is because for the IoT device, for easily to communicate with the end user, because end user can easily know how what is the status of ESP8266. So algorithm development. So figure at the right shows flowchart of our proposed algorithm. So the first thread will have tasks to connect to MQTT or web broker and then receive data from our previous design IoT device. This here, this is our design IoT device. Then if it is more than 27, data had arrived to the algorithm, it will activate the second thread where an autonomous anomaly detection algorithm will run. Then the algorithm will let the second thread run and focus on first thread, where it handles incoming data that cannot be paused. First thread and second thread run parallelly and does not wait each other to finish it. In other words, these threads are independent. So this is our proposed algorithm. And then we also propose the pipeline architecture. So these are firstly our proposed IoT device will send first data to algorithm. Then the algorithm will receive first data and index. So what is the purpose of index? The purpose of sending index is to be able for the algorithm to differentiate time when does data arrive. For example, for the first data, the index is 1 and temperature is 37 degrees Celsius. For the second data, the index is 2 and the temperature is also 37 degrees Celsius. In other words, both data are same, but when the data is arrived is also a matter. After the algorithm arrive, data from IoT device, it will request next data, and this process will loop or continue until either IoT device or our proposed algorithm is shut down or terminated. So this is system interface. There are 6 sections in this user interface. So first is detected anomaly detection, which is here. It display live abnormal data and then live data information about how many data entered the system and how many anomaly had been detected by autonomous anomaly detection algorithm. And then the incoming data show the live data from the IoT device. And then the 3D scatter display the data scattered X, Y, and Z, which represent X represent humidity, Y is temperature, and Z is heat index. And then between total difference detected, so eventually for example if for the first data, if it is declared as normal, this state will change to abnormal over the time. So this is what state change is mean. So total difference detected is the the total of how many abnormal and normal data had been detected by the system. And this will also change along the time. So in evaluation, which involve our proposed multi-threaded AAD and single-threaded AAD, which we use these two different algorithms to test multi-threaded is the most suitable for IoT device. So for the single-threaded, it may look like the original AAD, which is invented by Dr. Gu and Angela of 2017. So it can be seen that multi-threaded AAD handling the streaming data faster than the single-threaded AAD. So the time difference is major and prove that multi-threaded AAD suppress the performance of single-threaded AAD. It also proved that the multi-threaded AAD can handle dynamic streaming data without any doubt compared to single-threaded AAD. So in conclusion, the multi-threaded mechanism was proved to overcome incoming data without interrupting the AAD performance. The proposed multi-threaded AAD also works online and is totally different from what had been proposed by Dr. Gu and Angelov in year 2017, which that algorithm works offline and does not implement any multi-threaded mechanism. And then for the limitation, the proposed algorithm use data storage, which is totally unapplicable for streaming data. This is because streaming data is always accumulated over the time. So we cannot store the data because due to lack of memory. Memory need to be used efficiently. So next is the proposed algorithm will only work when more than 27 data sample is achieved. This deficiency is brought by AAD algorithm which proposed by Dr. Gu and Angela. But this algorithm work successfully in offline data. So imagine if the anomaly had been detected when the data is less than 27. So this is the limitation brought by AAD which need to be fixed in the future. These are the reference and thank you. And if any problems, you can contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Yunus bin Iqbal, for the very nice presentation. So now we are going to move to the fifth presentation by Dr. Loh Yim Ling, to present her paper on a self-adaptive agent-based dynamic processes simulation modeling framework. So I would like to welcome Dr. Loh Yim Ling.
Participating in the 4th International Symposium on Agents, Multi-Agents, Systems and Robotics. Allow me to present to you a paper entitled A Self-Adaptive Agent-Based Simulation Modeling Framework. Now, let me introduce to you the concepts that are covered in this paper itself. The first one would be the agent-based simulation. Now, we use simulation mostly on knowing or getting insights of how a real phenomena is if we provide some of the changes to what is happening to the real phenomena. But of course, we might not want to try this in real experiment itself. Maybe it would be too costly or too time-consuming for us to do so. So simulation or agent-based simulation is the best course for us to choose or alternative for us to transform the real-life phenomenon itself into a virtual form so that we could actually apply the changes and see what is going to happen to that real phenomena itself virtually. And in the simulation results, we can get insights of how these changes are applied. Now, when we look into simulation modeling framework, it is about how we could formulate a workflow from the very beginning of discovery of purpose assumptions of a real phenomenon itself. And of course, later on, we have to explore what are the details and parameters or components that these phenomena actually exist or consist of. Then we proceed to iteratively model and refine the model in order for it to reflect the real phenomena that we need to simulate out of it. Then we want to continue to consolidate the model, of course, to actually refine the result in the end so that it would actually reflect the real phenomena as much as possible. And in the end, we would like to have documentation generated and also the simulation results that are reliable that would come out as the output of the modeling framework itself. Now, applying simulation in every possible problem domain is impossible. Therefore, this study has applied the self-adaptive simulation on a problem domain of dynamic process. So it is going to be applied to get the insights and also to try to look into what are the ways to make a dynamic process more efficient. And of course, most of it is to model out a dynamic process whenever an input is injected or fetched into the simulation model itself. Now, let me introduce you a little bit on dynamic process. Dynamic process is tasks or processes that are meant to be completed in a limitation of time or in a time constraint itself. So we have deadlines. Now, if we would like to simulate dynamic process, it means that we might want to find anything that is, or any components or any of the parameters within the dynamic process itself, which is actually contributing to the timeline that is needed to complete the whole dynamic process. And we want to fine-tune all these different components so that in the end, the dynamic process would be able to be completed in a shorter time. Now, in order for us to do so, we might not want to go through the physical experiment itself, and we might want to use simulation for it. And there are actually previous or existing work on simulation for dynamic processes so that we can develop a kind of policy in order for us to make changes to some certain components that might be found through the simulation results itself to be time consuming. Now, let me get into why the idea of self-adaptive. Now, self-adaptivity comes in when some of the research in the past had actually found out that simulation to a domain-specific kind of, or an ad hoc kind of project or phenomena might result in a very close-ended data sets to be tested on that simulation results and also to be validated against the simulation model that is being modeled out. It is because of the proprietary nature of that simulation. It never let any other data sets to be experimented on the same simulation model, which is in return is very similar to the simulation objective that is being experimented in that project itself. And thus, these research works ended up concluding that it has to be opened up. It cannot be too domain specific until it only tests a certain data sets, or it only is used for a certain company or institution itself. It has to be collaborative. It has to be able to be extended to the other domains so that in order for them to find out whether the simulation results are really reliable when it is being tested with other data sets, will it actually be able to replicate the simulation results? And of course, the simulation model that is being generated, it is being applied or experimented in a very restricted data set, which is only available on that certain domain itself, or on that certain company itself, what's being worse. So not the reliability, but the robustness of the simulation model itself comes into question, because what if I put another data set? Will the simulation model be able to model out that data set itself, which came from another domain, which came from another company? So this actually brought into light of having a self-adaptive simulation instead of domain-specific ad hoc kind of simulation experiments. This approach would actually bring into light of what this study is going about, because this study is trying to address the limitations of ad hoc or domain-specific kind of simulation itself by having a simulation modeling framework that could be able to model simulations of different domains, and of course to generate results that could be replicated for different domains, and of course in the feasibility form of having dynamic processes as the main experiment over here. And this study is being executed from the first one through the preliminary study. Key parameters and components are found in order to have a feasible environment of the experiment of this research itself, or this study. So in the preliminary study, through literature review itself, we have found that there are 9 parameters which could be categorized into environmental and also agent parameters. In environmental parameters itself, dynamic processes mostly have or consist of time, resources, dynamic process size, dynamic process type, number of dynamic processes that are within that workflow itself, and the whole workflow of dynamic processes within that whole completion of dynamic process itself, and the individuals that are existing inside that dynamic process itself. They are called agent parameters. They are categorized in 3 different categories, which are capacity, attributes, and behaviors. Now, all these different parameters are found so that in whichever dynamic process that we would like to test on later, would try to match with these parameters that are found in the preliminary study, so that we know that these studies are feasible to be done, and the simulation model is able to feasibly model out all these different dynamic processes, even though they are from a different domain. Now, when we look into having the key parameters being formulated, the next step, we formulate the kind of case studies, the different dynamic processes to be applied into case studies of testing this simulation model itself. Now, we have found through the document analysis of different dynamic processes, and we found that these 3 processes are feasible because they have mostly all the key parameters that are found in our preliminary works that were done before this. So these 3 processes are crime investigation, registration of new students, and also transportation request. Now, after the findings of the 3 different processes, there goes the research is continued with the formulation of self-adaptive algorithms. These algorithms are meant to process whichever input that the user would input into the system, and the algorithm will judge whether, or will filter out what is the general kind of parameters that are inside the repository, and what are the domain-specific inputs that are actually fed by the user in order to customize the simulation modeling that they would like to model out. So this is the general objective of having this self-adaptive algorithm itself. And as well as the self-adaptive algorithm has to be adaptive or autonomous enough to look into the inputs from users in order to determine which simulation model is to be modeled out. Whether it should be modeling out the registration, whether it should be modeling out the transportation requests, whether it should be modeling out the crime investigation processes. And in order to test the simulation out, the self-adaptive algorithms itself, simulation is done with the inputs and the process of the self-adaptive algorithms, with the validation of simulation model against real phenomena, and also the simulation results against the real data that was collected from the interview itself, we could actually conclude that this simulation model is able to produce the simulation model that should be produced through the inputs from the user, and is able to produce results or replicate results with the simulation that is done out of the input from user. And this validation and verification are actually tested in such a way that it is applied in NetLogo 5.3 itself, and this is the sample of how they were actually tested. When the users actually input a certain kind of parameters, the self-adaptive algorithm is able to process and filter out what kind of model that it should actually model out. And this has to be consistent. If the self-adaptive algorithm is not able to model out the correct model, then each time it has to be refined, the key parameters, the inputs, the self-adaptive algorithms, it has to be refined in order for it to generate the right or correct simulation model, and also to replicate the correct simulation results. So within this demo itself, we have demoed 3 different processes, which are the crime investigation, transportation, and also now is new student registration process, in which a 3D modeling out of the process or out of the simulation itself can be seen as well while clicking on the 3D button on the NetLogo 5.3 itself. Now, when we look into the model validation and also results verification, this is most important because we would like to benchmark whether this simulation model that had been formulated out of all the different methodology that has been gone through is really resulting in a simulation model that could perform a simulation model or produce a simulation model that is actually resultant and to be the expected model or not. Now, these are the excerpts of the expected simulation model that is to be modeled out, and of course the resultant model that is being generated by the simulation model itself. With these user inputs, these are the expected simulation model, and the result or the resultant simulation models were generated exactly the similar ones with the expected one. From all the different tests of simulations, the self-adaptive algorithms were able to determine which model to be modeled out, or which phenomena to be modeled out, and with the inputs or parameters that were assigned by the users as well. Now, when we look into the verification of the simulation results, it has to be validated against the real data. So the real data, as said just now, we actually collected the real data through interview. So there were 3 different kind of methodologies that we have went through, and the combination of the 3 actually gave actually proceeded with the subsequent formulation of the self-adaptive algorithm itself. So the self-adaptive algorithm should be able to use the real data to determine what to be simulated as well as the process goes on. If the user actually didn't enter or there is a lack of data input from the user. Okay, let's say these data are found in the repository itself, but it is not entered by the user. With sufficient kind of data input, the simulation can be modeled out together with the real data, and as a result, the simulation results has to be very close to the real phenomena itself. So in order to benchmark whether the simulation result is reliable or not, of course, we are going to use the real data. And thus are the different inputs from users in which we try to test so that we can get a similar form of real phenomena itself from the simulation results. And from all the different tests that we have actually done for this simulation model itself, most of them or all of them actually reflected the real data that is found from the interview itself. Now let us look into the self-adaptive agent-based simulation modeling framework. From the model that we have seen just now, with this ultimate model, simulation model itself, we have tried to formulate the framework from the very beginning of assumption and also the finding of purpose, the simulation objective itself, until the exploration, until the modeling, until the consolidation, and of course after that is the documentation and also the simulation results, right? So formulating the whole simulation model and this study itself into a framework, it resulted in this framework itself, in which we have 5 different modules for it. The first one is to have the input module, to have the general inputs and also the domain-specific inputs, which the general inputs are found in the preliminary study with all the 9 key parameters, and of course the domain-specific inputs, which are not really different from the general inputs, but they are actually specified to have a further customization on the simulation model that is being modeled out. So the domain-specific inputs are found for the 3 different processes that are tested in this study itself. Then we move on to the module that contains the self-adaptive simulation modeling. Now this module itself contained the adaptive modeling algorithms, in which it has the parameters identifier and also models identifier, in which it has to identify what are the parameters that are existing in the repository and what are the new parameters that are included by the user input, so that it could actually generate a model that is closest to the user input as possible, in which it would customize the simulation model closest possible to what the user has input. Now, it also has to be linked to the model repository itself to identify which model should be generated out of the inputs that are given by the users, because it could not actually generate a crime investigation model for inputs that are given in for the transportation request simulation model itself. So this would actually result into the agent-based simulation model constructor, in which the whole modeling module itself will bring out to the output module, where it will have the results or the agent-based simulation model itself, having the model and also the results to be validated in the validation module, so that the model would be validated against the phenomena that is expected to be simulated, and the results or the real data, all right, to be validated or verified against the simulation results that are generated or that are in the output module of this whole framework itself. Then the replication module would be the replication or the repeat of the whole process itself in order to replicate the simulation results to see whether the framework is or the model is able to generate the simulation results that are similar simulation results in which different data sets are being fed into the framework. Now, the framework is later on being refined or further refined, right, in order to better visualize how the repository or how the adaptive algorithm with the parameters identifier to interact with the parameters repository and also the models identifier to further interact with the model repository. So the framework itself, it is being encompassed into a double layered framework or refined into a framework with double layer later on, just to visualize better that in the first layer itself, the repository module contains the parameters and also the models repository, in which the first layer contains all the general kind of parameters and models that are found in the preliminary study and also within what are collected for a certain or specific domains that are used to test this framework itself. And in the second layer itself, the identifier will look into the real data. So the real data or the real inputs from the user, which actually birth from the input module itself into and pass into the self-adaptive modeling module. This would actually bring the exact real data to be contributed into the simulation modeling itself in the second layer. So that in the first layer, it has to have the general kind of foundational data, and in the second layer itself is where the user can further customize their simulation model through this framework itself. Now, throughout this study, the conclusive finding that we can have is that we have developed a self-adaptive simulation modeling framework which is used or applied in simulation of dynamic processes of different domains. And we addressed the limitation of having ad hoc and also domain-specific dynamic process simulation modeling, which are, of course, the resultant of the questionable reliability of simulation model, the questionable reliability of the simulation results itself as well. And of course, the framework was further refined, okay, into double-layered framework so that we can have a better understanding of the overall concept of the whole framework itself and the foundation that the framework would like to convey. Now, the further works to this study itself would be to extend the framework to cover or to simulate more domains, right, in order to further test the applicability or the feasibility of this framework itself to be applied in other domains of dynamic processes, in which it will be good to actually even test or even have a more regressive testing on the simulation or the self-adaptive algorithms and also simulation model itself. By this, I would like to conclude the presentation of this title itself. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lo Yim Ding, for the very nice presentations. Okay, now, so we are going to have the 6 presenters, Dr. Sri Sumarwati. She is going to present to us a paper titled Programmable Logic Controller PLC Automation Controlling Kit Program using the CX Programmer software. So welcome, Dr. Sri Sumarwati.
Controller PLC Automation Control Learning Kit program using the CX Programmer software. Education and training system need to evolve in providing the industry with skilled labor that can support the growth of the industry. Teaching aids can make the learning process more interesting and effective. Programmable logic controller, PLC, and automation are some of the subjects covered in the diploma program Electronic Engineering Controls at the Malaysian Polytechnic. The subject of PLC and automation covers topics such as the basic concept of automation system, navigation equipment, control components, PLC systems, PLC programming, control circuits, application PLC, as well as maintenance and repair. The lecturers also using a variety of teaching media such as PowerPoint slides, computers, and diagrams. This kit does not have a control system application to meet the syllabus of the topics, and the kit's design is simple. This study suggests the development of an automation control learning kit with control devices. The AD model has 5 phases: analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluation. As a result of these interviews, it can be concluded that students do not know the function of the PLC and operating principles and basic concepts of PLC control. This automation control learning kit was developed to address 3 key issues. Students have problems understanding the basic concept of PLC control and programming. In theory and practice learning, there is often a misconception among students due to the lack of teaching aids, and existing learning kits do not meet the relevant course content requirements. Design of Automation Control Learning Kit. Circuit Design Automation Control Learning Kit. Once the mechanical development phase is ready, the next process is the development of the electrical part of the process of soldering the electronic components. This innovation statement is an advantage of the automation control learning kit that has been developed. The researcher conducted a functionality test in the Electrical Technology Laboratory at the Faculty of Technical Education at UTHM. The results of the testing are encouraging because the kit works very well. The majority of experts agreed on the items built in to test the design aspect, functionality, and suitability of the kit as teaching aids. The experts argue that the kit is suitable for use in the teaching and learning process and potential to be patented and commercialized. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Sumarwati, for the paper. So for the seventh paper, we would like to invite you again for the paper titled Development and Functionality of a Basic Prototype, Robotic Welding Automation. Please welcome Dr. Sri Sumarwati.
And functionality of a basic prototype, robotic welding automation. Workers with knowledge and skills are necessary to produce quality work and achieve the standards set by the Malaysian government. The development of the industrial field is related to robotic automation technology that can facilitate the work that was previously done by human labor. Automation plays an increasingly important role in the world of economics and daily work. The development of technology and teaching aids create an impact on the delivery of knowledge and skills by teachers. Teaching aids to stimulate interest in students. Therefore, teaching aids are an important supporting factor to the teaching and learning process. One problem that exists: vocational college students have less effect on the relevant field of welding automation and students are exposed to theory only. In addition, the problem is because the cost needed to obtain an appropriate tool for teaching related to automation of welding is very high. This study aims to design, develop and identify the functionality of a basic prototype of robotic welding automation. Methodology. This quantitative study used descriptive methods that are survey methods. The method used by the researcher is the ADDIE model. In the development of these teaching aids, researchers have obtained an evaluation related to the design and test the functionality of the product on experts. Experts elected by purposive sampling method, they consist of 5 instructors from the Welding and Electrical in University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UTHM. Results and discussion. Analysis phase. The main function of the product to be produced is to provide understanding to students and facilitate instructors to teach subjects related to welding automation. At this stage, to choose the robot arm to be used must take into account several factors. Among them are the type of movement that can be done, the type of end of effector, the degree of freedom that can be done, and less cost. In this development, the articulation type robot arm has been chosen. This is because it has 6 degrees of freedom. Development phase. The researchers use a robotic arm that is already available for sale in the market for cost-effective and time-saving product development. For wiring, the researchers use a servo motor controller as software that is programmed to move the robot arm as required. While the grid board, the researcher used wood as the main material for the production of the grid board. Cost of materials and equipment. Total cost room 595. Implementation phase. At this phase, the product has been built according to the plan that has been made. This implementation involves the process of robot assembly, plywood, servo motor controller installation, and finishing. Evaluation phase. Overall, experts agree with the aspect of suitability of use in the laboratory because this basic prototype of welding automation has a user manual and it saves space of use in the laboratory. The researcher concluded that the respondents agreed that this product can move according to the specified specifications. The servo motor can move well. The motor controller can also work well, and it can also facilitate the teaching and learning process. Conclusions. The production of this prototype will be a contributor to the innovation of teaching aids in the national technical and vocational education. Based on the analysis, the basic prototype development of welding automation is suitable for use as a fuel but needs to be improved in terms of safety and packaging. However, on the whole, this prototype can be used by students for understanding the subject of automated welding.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Sumawati, for the paper. Okay, now guys, we are already at the last paper for today. Okay, we have Dr. Majka Lemik from Poland. Okay, he's going to present to us a paper titled Agent-Based Modeling of Car Platooning for Traffic Optimization. So welcome, Dr. Majka Lemik.
Hello everyone, my name is Karol Malinowski, and together with Michał Lemiec we are going to talk about an agent-based modeling of car platooning for traffic optimization. In the beginning, we will talk about what exactly is vehicle platooning, and then we will describe our proposed method of modeling a whole system to conduct our experiments. In the end, Michał will tell you details about the simulator we prepared for the purpose of our investigation. But before we go any further, let me tell you why exactly we decided to pick up the topic of traffic optimization. Basically, transport is a fundamental aspect of the economy and society, and today everybody relies on a quick access to a car or public transport, or for example, if it comes to a business, they rely on a constant means of supply of goods. Transport is very important. However, we have to also deal with greenhouse gas emissions, which actually are still increasing and are a major issue in Europe right now. Moreover, in 2015, over 26,000 people died and nearly 1.5 million people were injured on the roads across the European Union. What is more, human error has been identified as a contributing factor in over 90% of all road accidents. So, what exactly can we do to fight or decrease those drawbacks in transport? The first thing that we can think of are autonomous vehicles, electric autonomous vehicles. However, despite them being among us for a couple of years already, their long-term impact on mobility is still uncertain. Moreover, despite the fact that the electric cars do not rely on gas, they may not reduce pollution, but actually they will only change its main cause. What I mean by that is that specifically at the time of writing our paper, which was July 2021, there remains strong, though often ignored evidence that currently available methods of producing and disposing of key elements of autonomous vehicles, electric vehicles, and their related infrastructure are not really eco-friendly. However, their advanced capabilities would allow us for a development of an advanced transport system where we could exploit the benefits of such autonomous vehicle, and then we could minimize the negative factors of traffic. So here you can see a picture describing how autonomous vehicle looks like, and what is important for us is that this car is equipped with self-driving sensors, radar sensors, and cameras, which serve as an input for the processing unit of such vehicle. And in our case, we will exploit those sensors to implement a system called vehicle platooning. This vehicle platooning is a very interesting thing. So a vehicle platoon can be defined as a group of vehicles, trucks, and/or cars that travel together in a coordinated formation. This coordinated formation can be called a road train or column, but the point is the vehicles form a road train where they follow the leader in a very short distances between each other, and the specific distance between vehicles varies depending on the reported experiment. Usually it ranges between 5 and 15 meters. What is interesting with vehicle platooning, we can benefit from several things, which is one of them is greater fuel economy, as the vehicles traveling in a column in the vehicle platoon experience a different airflow. Their fuel consumption is reduced. Therefore, we can use much less gas. Moreover, thanks to the sensors and cooperation between the cars in the platoon, we can reduce abrupt deceleration, which often exists in nowadays traffic. Moreover, as cars travel in a very short distance between each other, we can increase road capacity. Therefore, more cars can travel on each lane. As we reduce human error, because the car is controlled by a processing unit, we can also benefit from fewer traffic collisions. Those are the main benefits that come with vehicle platooning. So in our case, in order to test the possibilities of vehicle platooning, we decided to develop a simulator. And we decided that we want to approach this problem with an agent-based approach, meaning that having this in mind, we did our research and find out that there are several tools which can provide us with the means to conduct such experiments, and some of them are CityFlow, Sumo, Gamma, and those are open source traffic simulation packages, and they are focused on agent-based simulations. They are already pre-programmed, so we couldn't have such flexibility we wanted. Therefore, our final choice was Unity Engine, which helped us present our results, meaning that we programmed from scratch our simulator in C# language, and then we conducted our experiments. In our simulator, as I mentioned, we decided to follow agent-based approach, and the details will be introduced to you by Michał.
Thank you. So as Carol already mentioned, we used agent-based approach. That's why we use three types of agent: vehicle agent, communication agent, and central agent. And basically the first one, so vehicle agent, is responsible for the driving of the vehicle. So it might be perceived as the autonomous vehicle, some sort of an AI that can steer the car, and it strongly collaborates with the communication agent. So we have those two agents inside the vehicle, and the communication agent is responsible for communication with cars. So basically it communicates through a central agent with another communication agent that is placed in another car, and they together exchange messages in order to form a platoon. And central agent is some sort of a radio tower, maybe a control system that covers a large area and allows many communication agents to exchange messages in order to create a valid and functional platoons. And that's how we go to the development phase, and we develop the simulator that can be seen here. And this is a screenshot from the already mentioned Unity. So we have 7 cities, and vehicles are being spawned in one of those cities, and then a vehicle has a vehicle agent that simply drives, and it pre-calculates the road using Dijkstra pathfinding algorithm. As you can see, each city is marked with a different color, and the color of a vehicle indicates the destination city. Also, communication agent in each car registers itself in some sort of a query in central agent. So it sends messages to central agent that it's ready to connect, and shows location with central agent. And what is worth mentioning here is that the all communication between agents, so when we talk about communication agent and communication agent, or communication agent and central agent, is done using asynchronous messaging, except the communication within a vehicle, so between communication agent and vehicle agent, which is not asynchronous, and it might be good to perceive it as having a software that allows communication on board, some sort of connected with the vehicle agent that steers the whole car. Also, the communication agent alternately tries to join the platoon or is ready to get a request to join existing platoon. It can be also, this request can be rejected, it can be accepted, and it might happen when we have already an existing platoon that has a maximum capacity of cars inside, and it might also happen when two cars are not going to the same city or are not going through the same city to their destination cities. And when moving leader, car leader is also some sort of host of this platoon. So when the leader achieves the destination city, the next car is becomes a leader, and if they are going to the next city, talk about multiple cars there might go to the same city. So if they are going to the next city, the platoon is preserved, but if they are not, the platoon splits up. So this is an example of a simple platoon between two cars driving to the same city. And this is a more complex platoon. You can see 3 cars, 2 dark blue, 1 light blue or ocean blue, with pink catching up to them. And this development phase leads us to the results. So basically we have 2 figures here. The left one represents data for 20 agents and the right one for 100 agents. And what we have here, we have 3 axes and we have the difference between vehicles. So this is the distance between vehicles. So these are the gaps. We took the values of 5, 10, and 15 in our simulations, and the next axis is maximum number of vehicles in a platoon. So we took 3, 6, and 9 cars max in a platoon, and then we basically created simulations with and without platooning and compare the total fuel consumed by the whole simulation, and that's how we achieved the percentage drop. So as you can see, we have some similarities between those 2 pictures, and the percentage drop in both is the highest for the gap between vehicles equal to 5. However, for 100 cars, when I said previously that we have 20 agents and 100 agents, I meant cars obviously, so both communication agents and vehicle agent inside, disabled or enabled, it doesn't matter. And then there is interesting pattern for 100 cars, and that did not occur, or it's not here for 20 vehicles. So basically, it can be seen that we have this decrease in percentage drop for gap between vehicles equal to 15. However, with the increase of the maximum number of vehicles in a platoon, so we have this drop occurs even if we add more cars to it. And on the other hand, we can note that the completely opposite correlation occurs for the minimum distance, so 5. And in fact, the increasing the platoon length might be beneficial for the 5 gap by 2015. Also, in both those cars, we have a strange transition. As you can see, the middle part, it probably might look different if we do more simulations, but we can see that this is some sort of depression on the surface. And I think this covers briefly the results. So now I'm going to conclude everything that was presented after the description of these various simulation tools. So the core of this presentation. So obviously we have results that were only preliminary, so we can add more to them, and I think that even though our simulator is still at early phase, it shows some good qualities and results that are covering the theoretical expectations, and they really supported our initial assumptions. Also, if we want to take an average from those 20 and 100 vehicles, I think when we talk about larger vehicles, the others are more real life situations. So for 7 nodes, we are talking about 100 vehicles and more. And then we have the reduction of fuel consumption between 4 and 8 points. And for smaller cars, we had, I believe, between 6 and 14. So basically, those values lie in the area that was proposed to be the theoretical percentage drop of reuse protein in one of the literature sources. So thank you for your attention and for watching this video, and
Thank you so much, Dr. Michael, for the presentation. So by that, we are at the end of the session of session 3, Autonomous System Track of Isamsr 2021. From behalf of the Isamsr committee, I would like to say thank you so much to all the presenters and also all the audience for the today's sessions. So we are going to have a break until 2:30 p.m. and continue with session 4. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
If you have a mind to upset the status quo with your big ideas for tomorrow's world, then maybe we're just the thing for the genius in you. For starters, every fellow here is brilliant too, hired to rethink how we think and prove that impossible isn't at all. We love their visionary points of view and how their top-tier ideas are helping us to expand what we know and don't know about our world. Working hand in hand, we're out to better the ways energy works for us, to market our inventive ideas and fast-track a world that takes care of us all. Responsible entrepreneurship that will rub off on you. You'll leave our halls of learning wired not just for sensible science, but sustainable business too. A thinker, a breath of fresh air, a game changer, a global visionaire. Primed to keep progress on its toes, the competition on the run, and our planet clean, safe, and secure. But wait. Forget the future for now and focus first on making the choice that will trigger the full potential of you. Enroll. And then, maybe tomorrow, the next big thing that rocks our world will be you.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello and good afternoon from Malaysia. Good morning and good evening from anywhere from the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Isamsr 2021 fourth presentation session, Autonomous Systems. At the beginning of this session, I would like to thank all audience, participants, presenters, and also the keynote speakers. It's my pleasure to be a moderator for the sessions. My name is Naif Adwais. I am a lecturer at Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University Tan Hussein on Malaysia. This session will focus on the role of agent and multi-agent in different fields. I would like to welcome the first presenter, Ms. Shafiza Arfin from Faculty of Computer Science and Information Technology, University of Tan Hussein, Malaysia, to present her research entitled Exploring the Role of Agent and Multi-Agent in Data Fusion Systems. Please let us listen to the video presentation.
Assalamualaikum and good day everyone. My name is Shafiza Arifin Kasinat and I'm here today to share a bit about my recent study on exploring the role of agent and multi-agent in data fusion systems. Data fusion provides various mechanisms to achieve data integration from various sources to produce meaningful states and decisions. Correlating heterogeneous data, especially within a real-time environment system, provides a better overview of the current scenario for the domain observed. Multi-agent system, or known as MAS, is a distributed concept of agents that perform knowledge-based design tasks. This system design offers flexibility and dynamic environment for implementation, but within certain guidelines. For example, depending on the architecture criteria. Having various sources of data input is the reason of data fusion needs. So data fusion deals with various types of sensors and different information resources to achieve meaningful results based on certain suitable model and based on the outcome of the result that we are looking for. Based on this diagram, we can see there are three main processes involved in data fusion model. We have data level fusion, feature level fusion, and decision level fusion. Data level fusion will combine and associate various sensor data from measurements of parameters into the required format, depending on the sets of data. Feature level fusion will integrate and filters extracted feature information based on a suitable analysis method, while decision level fusion will produce decision-based features integrations from various analyses from each sensor by inferencing and reasoning according to the implementation technique. Agent is a software component that functions in an embedded environment with ability to communicate with other agents, and each agent is designed to solve certain problems. Interaction with the environment is the key to determine the control architecture of the system. So the control architecture is divided into three categories. We have centralized, decentralized, and hybrid architecture of multi-agent system. For centralized architecture multi-agent system, communication with central agent is required to pass the information, and certain decision and instruction will be passed to the agents. So this is the the agent and central agent communication. Agents will communicate with central agent through a dedicated communication channel, and the central agent will activate the decision-making mechanism to determine the state or decision of the observed environment. Next is the decentralized architecture. Decentralized architecture support independent and coordinated agent, where each agent has certain knowledge and ability to make decisions based on interaction with other agents, and they perform interactions to achieve local decisions without relying on central entity as a policymaker. And the third one is the hybrid architecture of multi-agent. Hybrid architecture is a combination of centralized and decentralized communication approach to solve a problem within a dynamic environment. Hybrid multi-agent expose their advanced behavior based on coordinative and collaborative characteristics in a comprehensive decision-making process based on certain policies. So next we have to look at the characteristic of the multi-agent system. So here are a few characteristics. The first one is collaboration, which allow agents to work together to achieve their objective. Second is the social ability, which allow interaction between agents for message exchange. Third is the goal directed, to achieve the goal based on the policies and knowledge of the environment. The fourth one is the cooperation. Agent will need to cooperate, working together to achieve the goal. The fifth, coordination. Coordination is the collective of agents working together. Autonomous will determine, each agent has the ability to determine their behavior on their own. And last but not least is the responsive, to perceive and provide response according to the environment state. Multi-agent in data fusion. Data fusion system can make full use of the flexibility and the characteristic of multi-agent system. For each data fusion system, it will manage to produce local decision that perform data processes to give a clear view of the observation made from the environment. Multi-agent system features can be exploited to achieve distributed and complex data fusion system. So here are an example of data fusion implementation in multi-agent environment. We take an example of multi-agent decentralized environment where each node or agent perform data fusion processes. It depends on the needs of the domain. It can be only data level fusion, it can be combination of data level and feature level, it can be combination of data level, feature level, and decision level to achieve the result desired. This result represents a local view of the environment. The collective agent decision may produce global decision that can be used to improve the overall system performance. Interaction between agents will allow data fusion system to have information sharing in order to produce a better decision. Collective decision from collections of data fusion module would produce more meaningful result. So instead of just relying on the communication channel like wireless network, we can enhance the system ability by utilizing what multi-agent system already have. This study should be supported with more research work on the domain-specific field to measure the effectiveness of data fusion implementation on multi-agent system environment. So further study need to be conducted and to measure the effectiveness of the implementation of data fusion in the multi-agent system environment. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Shafiza and Tim for very interested topic and very important research. Unfortunately, because this video presentation, there is no question and answer session, but I hope we learn a lot from this research. So let us move for the next presenter, Mr. Muhammad Ahmed Jubair from Iraq, to present his paper entitled Exploring the Role of Multi-Agent Systems in Improving K-means Clustering Methods. Let us listen to the video presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Muhammad Ahmed Jubair. Today I'm going to present my research entitled Exploring the Role of Multi-Agent System in Improving K-means Clustering Methods. This presentation covers different aspects, which started with abstract and ended with conclusion. In abstract, the application of a clustering algorithm is expanded due to the rapid growth of data volume. Existing algorithms are not always effective because high computational complexity. Consequently, this research paper proposed a new MA-K-means, multi-agent K-means clustering algorithm, and this algorithm is working on separating activating agent for performance clustering, considering different subset of features for each agent to reduce the complexity. The result shows that the MA K-means is significantly superior to the basic K-means. What is the clustering? Clustering is a method that used to classify data into groups. For example, this is a collection of data or features. The clustering is work to separate each feature in a specific class. One of the popular clustering algorithms is K-means. K-means clustering is a type of unsupervised learning approach used to used on unlabeled data, i.e. data without defined categories or group. This approach aims to cluster the data into K group, K number of cluster or groups. Multi-agent system. Multi-agent system is referred to a set of independent agents that are loosely connected within an environment to take action with the aims of activating shared information. Each agent has a specific goal to achieve it. Then, in the final stage, all agents are collaborate to achieve the final goal. The multi-agent K-means system is constructed based on the collaboration between K-means and multi-agent system. Each multi-agent and K-means select a specific number of features from the pool of the features, then start clustering based on the specific number of K, then send all information to main agent. After collecting and completing all the process of all the agents that collaborate in the system, then the main agent will select the optimal number of K. After that, will cluster this feature based on the optimal number of K, then find the predicted classes. Different metrics are used to assess the quality of the proposed model. like purity, normalized mutual information, Jacquard, and F-measure. All these results show the MA K-means is better than the standard K-means based on the using one dataset, and using 4 quality indicators. In conclusion, the standard K-means algorithm is commonly used due to its simplicity. The accuracy and performance of standard K-means are majorly affected due to the selection of initial clustering centroids. A new parallel clustering algorithm based on integrating the multi-agent system and K-means algorithm has been proposed. This algorithm is proposed to solve the problem of the selecting the optimal number of K and selection of initial clustering centroid. The goal of the MAK is to preserve the characteristics of the data while increasing the clustering accuracy. The analysis of the results show that the MA K-means algorithm is significantly superior to the standard K-means. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for Mr. Jubair and team. Thank you for this good paper and good presentation. I hope all of you can find the paper after published in IEEE. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let us move to the next presenter, Mr. Bashar Ahmed from Iraq also, to present his paper entitled Developing a Multi-Agent for Smart Library Management Information Systems. Let us listen to the video presentation.
Alaikum and hello everyone. It is my pleasure to be a part of Isamsr for this year. At the first, let me introduce myself. My name is Bashar Ahmed Khalaf. I am the corresponding author of the article entitled Developing a Multi-Agent for Smart Library Management Information System. Smart library system, it is considered the brain of any institute. It helps to organize the store, lend and borrow for the books from the staff, faculty members or student. Multi-agent system, it is a set of interacting sub-organization with a subset of agents possibly belong to one or more organization, widely implemented across any domain such as in healthcare, security, and well as software engineering. Also, it is applicable in the library management system with the best results, actually according to the previous studies and related work. This work aims to design and implement an automated library management system, provide features and interface for maintaining student as well as librarian log. A library management system offers many flexible and convenient features, allowing libraries and library users to maximize time and efficiency. Library management system based on multi-agent system. The library system under consideration here is a college library, university, and also it could be applicable in institute. The users are the student and the faculty member of the college. The library management system based on multi-agent system is designed to include various independent, reactive, and autonomous agents. A library has a large number of books related to different fields and topics. It could reach to 10,000 and more. The user can search for the books as per his choice. The list will have the attributes like the title of the book, authors, publishing house, ISBN, and other features related. The system will give an option whether the user want to send an email to them to return the book. The environmental model. The environmental model for the library management system can be displayed as in the below table. It consists of operation, catalogs, collection of available books. Change, it is copies and catalog, number of copies added or deleted, and also copies, number of book copies which will be changed by the agent whether the book is issued or returned. Then reads, recommended books. It is considered after the previous experience. Some student or staff of the faculty recommended some books in some field. Therefore, the student can go directly to the recommended books. The preliminary rule model. In the agent-based library management system, the rules can be identified as shown in the below figure. It consists of book manager, register, authorization, solve query, display, then issuer, web crawler, recommend, and return. After that, send the email to the student to inform him to return the book, or maybe to send alarm to him. You have 5 days to return the book. The LMS design. In the LMS, the different agents are represented, and each one of them has its role and sort to do the functions according to the requested books and availability as shown in the below figure. First, Smart Library Management System. Recommend book manager, register, authorization, solve query and display, issuer, web crawler, recommended and return. After that, send the email to the student or to the staff member which has been lend or borrow the book from the library to inform him you have 5 or more days to return the book, or your time is up. Please return the book to the store, because some of the students or staff, the faculty need this book. The figure shows the login interface for staff and lecturers. This consists of ISBN, title of the book. For example, as shown in the figure, Harry Potter. Author's name. Sometimes we can search according to the author's name, and also we can search according to the edition of the book and publication. If we enter all this information regarding the required book, it will make the searching is easy to find the specified book. Here we shows the main menu. The searching operation is applied while searching the book by the author. Furthermore, the student login is described in below fig. It is presented the main menu. It have 4 options. The first one is search book. It is student login. Enter the student name, password, then log in. After that, will show the main menu. The main menu consists of 4 options, which are view all books, search books, search author, as we explained before in the previous slide, then log out. However, in this slide we conclude the work. This paper presents a multi-agent approach to developing the library management system. It efforts to reduce the human errors and to increase management efficiency. The system is applicable in universities, colleges, and the general library. Finally, the automation of the library management will improve efficiency and reduce human stress, thereby indirectly improving human resources. And finally, in the future work encompass including knowledge management process in the design phase so that the final product is intelligent enough to identify, create, represent, and distribute the knowledge. Thank you for your attention and salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much for Mr. Bashar and team for new and good system for management of the library. As Bashar said, they have some future works. I hope they will work in future to develop and complete this system and to be ready for marketing as well. Okay, let us now moving to the fourth presenter, and also he is from Iraq, Mr. Shihab Hamid Khalifa, to present his paper entitled Exploring the Role of Agent and Multi-Agent in Image Feature Extractions. Let us listen to the video presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today I'm going to present my thesis entitled Exploring the Role of Agent and Multi-Agent in Image Feature Extraction in Isamsr 2021 conference. It's presented by me. I am Shihab Hamad Khalifa Dulaimi, and this is my other author's article, paper's names. Here is the outline of the presentation for our article. First, introduction, then talk about image texture feature extraction and agent and multi-agent systems and the agent-based feature extraction and image analysis, acknowledgement, and the conclusion. First of all, in the area of image processing and computer vision, the texture identifies the application of basic texture elements which call pixels. These pixels already consist of the information of the image by representing by pixels. These pixels are presented. The image may be randomly or randomly placed, or it's in a periodic manner. The texture of the image may be coarse, may be fine, smooth, may be regular, may be irregular, or semi-regular. The texture analysis used in different image processing and computer vision applications, such as, for example, paper texture identification or fingerprinting. Nowadays, the agent-based systems have been commonly observed in literature in various strategies, modeling, and characteristics they are using in the field of image processing and computer vision. The agent and multi-agent system depends on the environment that they are presented in, so there is no regular deformation for the agent or multi-agent system. Can be exemplified as simply it can be exemplified as a robot that have a goal, action, and domain knowledge need to be reached. And actually, the multi-agent system nowadays apply in many tasks of feature extraction where agents articulate the role of the feature. And in this paper, we are going to give an extensive review that showing the exploring strategy modeling that used for agent and multi-agent system in image feature extraction. In the texture feature extraction, the pixel, as we presented, replaces the main texture element that consists for any image. So we have to extract these pixels. These pixels can be extracted by using various type of descriptors, either it is local or global descriptors. And these pixels are placed randomly or periodically. And image texture can be in any image can be either it is fine, smooth, linear, regular, or semi-regular. A variant scale present these randomly or periodically pixels and pixels value, which is extracted from the image as a feature vectors. So a variant scale in the same way define various texture thought the texture equivalent, and a scale is an important factor for texture because the image can have multiple levels of different textures itself. Here is example that these textures are similar texture information, and here we have variant texture information as presented in figure 1. Also, the texture analysis can be divided to main 4 methods. These methods are either can be used for texture classification, texture segmentation, texture synthesis, and texture shape. For all these, the standard processing in texture analysis can be done by using different types of descriptor, either it is local or global, which is under one, which all of these will be under one of these methods, which is statistical method, or either structural method, or model-based method, or signal processing method. Also, in image feature extraction, the taxonomy of image texture analysis can be presented, as I mentioned, based on the previous figure that show there is a standard methods that we use in order to extract the feature from any image. That's why variety of the image feature means that the signal features fit to specific application, but not for all application. Therefore, for that reason, the process of identifying the most suitable feature for a specific problem is a big challenge. That's why we need to implement the agent and multi-agent system in order to select the appropriate local or global feature or combining of them based on the challenge of the specific problem. And these methods, either it will be statistical method, structural method, model-based method, or under the signal processing method. Also, under the image texture analysis, the analysis process for any image in image processing or computer vision, it will be standard for digital image acquisition. Then after that, the step of selecting the region of interest texture area, which is under the image segmentation. Then after that, we make an image abstraction, which is the digital image pre-processing steps that this will help for getting the pixels or selected feature. Then we extract these pixels or texture to the relevant pattern information or region of interest that we are selecting. After that, we make selection for the effective features that we extracted by using different type of techniques or descriptor. After that, finally, is the matching based on the accuracy or other metrics in order to find the nearest solution for this problem, challenge, or task. The feature extraction for any image in path recognition or image processing have main processing standard steps to analyze the texture of any image, which are the texture first in the input when we get the picture from the database. After that, we make image pre-processing, then texture feature extraction. After that, we make classification. When we talk about the agent-based system, the multi-agent system is one of the developing research nowadays, especially in artificial intelligence domain and application. Multi-agent systems also have many behavioral types, many modeling, and many characteristics. When we talk about the behavior, there are main types of multi-agent system behaviors, which can be known as reactive or proactive agents. These are the main behavior for any agent or multi-agent system. Also, moreover, the modeling for multi-agent system can be divided into three main modeling, which are facilitator or mediator or autonomous modeling agent or multi-agent system. The characteristics are standard for the multi-agent systems, which can be divided to the coordination, cooperation, collaboration, and collectiveness, as shown here in Figure 5, the architecture of multi-agent and agent systems. This the summary of the domains and the agent type or modeling under the characteristics, as I mentioned previous, that use with nowadays within the recent research of the image texture and feature extraction. This work supported and this project is funded by the Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia. We appreciate and we thank too much under the University of Tan, University Tan Hussein Omar Malaysia ITHM, and under the Tier 1 research grant with vote H786. In the conclusion, this paper provides an extensive review for the important feature descriptor types and analyzing that used in image processing, and also this paper showing the strategy, modeling, and characteristics of agent and multi-agent system. Moreover, it is explained the combining between the local and global descriptor under the environment of using agent and multi-agent system in order to get the best descriptor for the specific task or combination maybe of them, and present the multi-agent system characteristics, and finally discussion of the agent and multi-agent based on the feature extraction and image analyzing is presented, comparing with the strategy and the frequency that use which strategy is mostly used in image feature extraction or texture analyzing. And what we find that from the review that the feature extraction the feature extraction multiple agent based on the system, either it is coordinative or agent based strategy, while in the feature selection the agent based system using the collaborative reinforcement strategy. Thank you very much for your attention. This is the reference. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you for Mr. Shihab and team also. Thank you for very interested topics. Thank you for good presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move for the last presenter in this session, Mr. Mustafa Hamid Hassan from Iraq, to present his paper entitled Exploring the Role of Agent and Multi-Agent in Improving Mobile Ad Hoc Networks. Let us listen to the video presentation.
Today I'm going to present the paper that titled Assalamu alaikum, my name is Mustafa Hamid. Today I'm going to present the paper that titled Exploring the Role of Agent and Multi-Agent to Improve Mobile Ad Hoc Network. The MANET is a collection of nodes that connect between each other without any infrastructure. The routing protocol problem in MANET has become challenged because of advances in mobile wireless technology and infrastructures. Mobile agent technology are ideal for such environments. It offers a good solution to routing problem, where it can reduce network traffic and maintain load balance and increase routing performance. The multi-agent system is defined as loosely coupled network of agents that interact to achieve a common goal that is beyond an individual agent achievement. The following figure illustrates an example of architecture layer in concept. The goal are to identify and fill technology and protocol gap that may exist in layers and improve any fluid design interaction between the layers. In conclusion, in this paper has been present some recent work beyond performance in area of multi-agent system and mobile ad hoc network technology. The main scope of this research is a study team-based multi-agent problem solving using dynamic rule allocation within a context of minute environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Mr. Mustafa for his good presentation and very interested topic. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this session, this was the last presenter. At the end of this session, I would like to thank you very much for interest and attention. And I would like to highlight we still this event. Tomorrow we have very interesting workshops. So please keep in touch, stay safe, and see you tomorrow, inshallah. Goodbye.